Guilty.
Not guilty. No.
Different verdict?
It was guilty.
Oh, and you have your juicy juice there. Coffee. Okay.
I'll take a bottle of water if you have one, or if you don't already.
It is kind of weird if you have a right to bear arms. It doesn't say you have a right to bear arms only when you're sober, to buy arms
Well,
only when you're sober.
that's the whole issue, and they're looking at, the ones that are at the Supreme Court is more of a mental health thing than a statutory actual violation.
Oh, I
This
see.
is more
Crazy people.
statutory than, I mean, you can debate is drug addiction amorphous, and we don't really know what it means, but it doesn't just say addiction, it says or user of, okay? There's very little doubt that that dude was using all sorts of shit.
Apparently, no doubt.
What's that?
In his own words.
Right.
What occasion? Oh my gosh, it's a $9 dress off Amazon. Holy cow, Chop. It's literally t-shirt material.
but
It
you
just
wear
looks
it-
She had a
fancy.
You
sundress
wear
on
it like
yesterday.
nobody else does.
Wearing that $9 like nothing.
That's right. Don't let anybody tell you different.
God. Chop's harassing me today.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Oh, shit.
Funny.
We're getting ready to split for weeks on weeks, man.
Where you heading?
Maybe gone too long.
RV?
Yeah, probably. The longest will be 6 weeks, but we might bypass
Oh, you're going up north.
we're California at the end. We might bypass that with this fucking heat. 110 is a little crazy, man.
Or stay up in,
What you got?
or just
4
stay
air
up in
conditioners
Oregon.
on that unit?
I'm not worried about that. It's more or less we're going to have 2 dogs. And
Right.
They can't be cooped up in an RV without being able to get out. So
Oh,
it's
yes, they can.
I don't know what you do when it's 110 out besides hang by the pool, I guess.
That's about it.
The ACs I don't worry about. We were in Vegas. The year I picked that up, man, it was like 110, 115 in Vegas. I had no problem getting that down into 70, 73, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Our
I
old
don't know
one.
why they don't make more RVs in lighter colors and stuff, because all those dark colors, shit, I mean, they're a bitch to clean and they just soak up the damn sun.
Our roof is white, but other than that, ours is dark.
Yeah. Well, you see them in those big parks. It's just row after row of just dark brown, dark black, dark, dark everything. So,
Might be to hide dirt because they do get fucking dirty, man.
and do you hire the little bikini-clad RV washing babes at the
So
parks?
I haven't yet. Generally, when we get back, I wash the shit out of it, man. It'll take me half a day to power wash it and soap it and scrub it. The grime you can't just power wash off, man. You got to brush. I mean, it's
No,
crazy.
they have to get up there on your windshield.
The bugs are unbelievable, man. You got a big flat piece of glass.
Right?
God, there's so many bugs.
But we found a mobile detail kid.
Yeah, he's really good.
But we
but
don't know if he can do the outside.
I don't know if he can do this.
But he's pretty good.
Oh, shit, is that our appointment today? What's the 12th tomorrow? Okay, yeah, tomorrow is the Tesla. You know what I'll do? I'll just drive down, get them on, and go. I got 30,000 miles on those tires on that thing, man. Tesla couldn't fucking believe it. They said, we have never seen anybody with 30,000 miles on a Model S, ever. And they're not exactly, I think they're Continentals. I mean, Tesla didn't go crazy on the tires by any means. I mean, they're not Chinese tires, but they're fucking right next to it.
Well, I bet you that judge in that Hunter case will never make Supreme Court as long as the Democrats are in office.
I don't know that she was really destined for that. From the trial court to the Supreme Court's a long haul,
way.
We were reading you don't even have to be a judge.
To be on the Supreme Court. I don't know if that's the case or not, but
Well, it's simply not in the Constitution saying you have to be, so I
it
don't know
would
the
be.
argument.
Well, I guess that's probably true, but I don't see any circumstance where somebody could could make it through confirmation.
It'd be
without being
weird.
one,
Yeah.
You know?
You don't have to be in the house to be the speaker of the house.
Do you think we'll ever find out? Yeah, that's true. Do you think we'll ever find out who leaked that Roe v. Wade decision before the election? Do you think they know? Do you think inside the court they know what happened? I think that swung the election, honest to God.
It wasn't managed very well.
Well, there was one newbie on the court, so.
Well, I wish we could get to the day where that's not an issue in
I wish so,
national
too.
elections, you know. It's certainly not an issue in my life or any of the decisions that I make, ever.
Well, it gets so bad with the nominations now, though. I mean, look at the two last right of center guys, Kavanaugh and who was the lady? I can't think of her name.
Brown.
Yeah, no, not Brown. Prior to Brown, she replaced, I think, Scalia.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But those two, I mean, they couldn't throw more shit at him. I mean, my God, they could not throw more shit at him.
Well, that's all they had, you know. They're trying to see if some of that'll stick, but it's...
Yeah, but they just, I mean, really, that can ruin families' lives. I mean, you know that shit. It's just, although, you know what? They're probably already prepped for everything and anything at that point.
So,
Oh.
me and him to switch because of my T-shirt.
No,
No,
not at all.
we've had it all in here.
All but nudity. That's the one thing that's not happened here.
Okay.
That you know of.
Ripped off, bad
here we go.
news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal in life is to try to make your life a little bit better. We've recovered over $300 million. If you're new to the show, think of that number, $300 million more than a lot of law firms out there, and we don't charge anything. We don't take a retainer up front. We just like to help. You've been ripped off, maybe a bad contractor, maybe a bad chiropractor. How's that? Bad dentist. How about a landlord that's been giving you the business and you want to get out of there and you got to learn how to do it? That's what we're here for. We're here to help you. And I love doing it every day. Tom loves doing it every day. In studio with me, a friend and an attorney that I have personally used multiple times for personal injury. It's always funny saying an attorney I use multiple times because if you were, if you were practicing in a courthouse every day, getting people off of different problems they find themselves in, that wouldn't sound good at all. But for personal injury,
Sound good for me.
it would sound good for you. John, did you ever do any criminal defense out of
did.
curiosity?
Yeah, I sure did.
And then you switched over to personal injury.
I never switched. I always did personal injury. I did criminal defense work on top of the personal injury for probably the first 7 or 8 years, maybe 9 years that I practiced.
So you're pretty well versed in it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Anybody, any questions for John? We're going to be talking personal injury. It's the beginning of the show. We got no lines. We had nothing overnight, which almost never happens. We usually call 303 Martino. You can leave a message and we get back to you, get you on the show to try to help you out. But if you need help, right now is a great time to call. 303 Martino. That number comes right here during the show. It goes to a message machine or to somebody after hours, but 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. You can also email help@troubleshooter.com. I do want to talk about something, though. The verdict's in. It looks like Hunter Biden was found guilty on all counts. I don't even know how many counts. Of course, that's all you can see in the news right now. John, I don't know how closely you follow this stuff, and this isn't a political issue that I'm talking about, but my understanding was when it comes to guns and possibly Basically, he checked a box. I've bought plenty of guns in my life. And when you go in, it doesn't matter if it's Walmart or wherever you're buying a gun. In fact, I don't think Walmart sells them anymore, but it doesn't matter. You go in to buy a gun, they run the background check, and there's a little box that says, I'm not on drugs, or, I'm not under the influence of drugs, or something along those terms. I think more or less says I'm not addicted to drugs. Do you know what it says?
I can't quote it, but it's basically I'm not addicted to or a user of
drugs.
Drugs.
So, and he checked that box, and it was proven that he was. But beyond that, everybody knows that part. There's some other cases, to my understanding, that are sitting in the Supreme Court. I don't know if we'll get decisions on them this term. I believe this Thursday we might. I don't know.
You will.
So, and then we're also going to get a decision on Trump as well, right? The immunity case. So, but those will definitely come down this session.
Yeah, they've all been argued.
Yeah.
They're all being drafted. They release them depending on the number of cases they have pending. They can release a couple days a week or just one day, or really whatever they want to do. They've done 3 days a week in the past.
But going back to this one with Hunter, in this case, my understanding is there is a case, and I don't know what the name of the case is, you might, but it comes down to this. If you're either mentally ill or possibly on drugs or using drugs, the argument would be, what does that have to do with buying a gun? In other words, most of us probably don't want someone that's mentally ill or, doing crack cocaine carrying a gun around. But that's not even the argument. My understanding is the argument is, are they allowed to purchase a firearm if they are either addicted to drugs or if they've been in an insane asylum? What do you know about that case?
Absolutely nothing, other than I believe it's limited to more of a mental health question rather than
a drug abuse,
using illegal drugs. I mean, addicted to drugs, that could take a number of different forms. I mean, we're talking about with Hunter, a guy who's smoking crack and doing God knows what out there. I mean, we all saw the pictures on the computer.
It's incredible.
And everything else. I mean, this is not a stable guy that we want out there buying guns. The issue of mental health is a completely separate issue, and that could encompass a really broad spectrum of people, some of which you probably would not want to have a gun, but others perhaps you would. And so where do you define mental health? I mean, is it
I wonder what the particular case is, because a lot of times they're not deciding a huge question. They're deciding a case.
Never. Yeah, almost never. They're interpreting. I mean, you have to understand the Supreme Court generally doesn't just reach down and interfere with a case on the facts. I mean, the facts are found by lower trial courts, and most of the time they don't get disturbed, okay? What the Supreme Court gets involved in is the interpretation of the law, and generally that also has nothing to do with the trial court. It's dealing with what the Court of Appeals did when they interpreted the trial court. So you've got the trial court, which is where Hunter's at today, which is where Trump's at today. Everything is most certainly going to get appealed. That
then
goes
it goes
to an
up to
appeals
the
court.
appellate.
And only then would the issue be ripe to petition to the Supreme Court. Now, there are exceptions to that.
But
I don't
don't
need
you
people
still
calling,
have to have a good reason in order to appeal it up? In other words, aren't a lot of appeals rejected because it's not a matter of law?
So you can appeal by right to the Court of Appeals, and almost every conviction, or most of them do get appealed to the. But sometimes the Court of Appeals will reject them without even a hearing. I mean, they brief them up, they decide, they issue an opinion, and they move on. The Supreme Court is not an automatic thing. You can petition to it, but they only select certain cases, and it's called granting certiorari. And so the Supreme Court will look at hundreds of cases a year, and then decide which ones they feel like really, it narrowly addresses an issue that they want to deal with. Generally, it's like a series of holdings in the circuits that are different but on the same issue.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, and I don't listen to a lot of talk radio. I really don't, believe it or not, man. Not lately, because it just drives me crazy, so I've kind of stepped back. But on the Trump conviction in New York, if I'm convicted here of a felony by the state of Colorado, whatever that felony is, I cannot go directly to the Supreme Court in any manner whatsoever? Does it have to follow that it goes to, what, the New York Appellate Court?
Yes.
And then after the Appellate Court, the New York Supreme Court? At what point does it jump from the state, where I can actually have someone outside what I would refer to as a corrupt state look at it? Can the Supreme Court, if they wanted right now, let's say they sentence him to jail time, is there anybody that could step in immediately outside of New York and take care of that? Is that even a possibility?
I don't think the Supreme Court could reach that far down into a state-level prosecution. The next level for Trump is going to be the New York Court of Appeals, and then potentially the Supreme Court of New York.
Which could be years.
It could be, or it could not be. I mean, if they just give it a hard no and stamp a no on it and move it along, it could be very quick, and it just kind of depends. But what you would expect to happen at some point is that they're going to petition one of the appeals courts to stay or delay the imposition of any, jail time, if that's what he got sentenced to, pending the outcome of his appeals and stuff.
So even in an example like in a state like Texas, I don't know how they are now, but I remember back in the day, they would put people to death constantly. I mean, they probably executed more people than anybody else. And really, I'm not asking what you think about that. But even at that point, because it's a state, like the Supreme Court couldn't reach down and stop that, or they have never?
So it's a little bit different in that circumstance, because once they've exhausted all of their state appeals, they then petition into the federal courts under 1983 for civil rights violations and seeking relief on a more of a civil rights standpoint.
But that's after everything else.
After the exhaustion of all the state remedies or state, appeals courts that there are.
All right, excellent. All right, 303-713-8255. I got to take a break, Charles. I promise. I'll get to this real estate question. We got two lines open, 303 Martino, 303-713-TALK.
Steve Powers here for...
Get your daughter down here, man. Guest appearance.
What's that?
Get your daughter down here. She can school us all,
She's doing so good.
She's back, right?
She graduating this year? Or?
Yeah. She's back for the summer.
She's not graduating.
No, next year.
Right. That's what I thought.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to tell you about another great attorney that I hope you don't have to use. That's Joseph A. Lazara. He's a criminal defense attorney. Maybe you find yourself in a bind like a DUI or an assault, maybe a domestic violence. Maybe you got mad at your neighbor and punched him. It doesn't matter whether you're guilty or innocent, and I mean that. You need the best representation, whether someone to fight for you in front of a jury to prove your innocence or someone to get the best deal with the DA. That's Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone. We've done the shopping for you, 303-429-6200.
Bonnie got us fourth row.
For which?
Hamilton.
Oh, God. Maybe we'll sell them.
No, we're not. Trish will come out. The only thing is I was mistaken on. When she sent me the price, it was the same price as 2 tickets for MJ.
It was cheaper?
No, it ended
double.
up, it was, right. I thought it was going to be that price for 2 tickets, and it was for 1 ticket piece. So I'm going to just get her a checkout. But fourth row, and it's a Saturday night in November. So
Those, if
good.
we're not around, seriously, those will be easy to sell.
What are those going for these days?
Hamilton?
She owns the seats.
Bonnie Shields has the golden circle at the
really?
DCPA.
She's been-
I mean,
She's had
It's
season tickets for, what, 25 years? How much are we paying for them each?
$240 a piece.
So she
or
spends,
$200 a piece.
So she spends $240 a piece.
But
Yeah, but that's Denver. That's not, we're not
I
talking.
like your attitude,
I'm talking
John.
New York.
I've got what's the guy Morgan's name?
Morgan Wallen.
I got his.
Morgan Wallen
I got
tickets.
6 tickets for him upsell at $1,500 a piece in
Well,
Vegas.
And as of now, I don't have a house sitter for that one, so I don't know what we're going to do on that.
And then we have George Strait and Chris Stapleton. I guarantee I can get $2,000 a piece on those.
We have Taylor Swift. You're getting nothing on
Again?
those because we're using those.
Historic Mandeville.
Mandeville.
I
Mark,
love this house, but it's
that was that
freaking-
brewery we went to. That's that town. The last brewery we stopped at, crossing over the causeway.
Yeah.
You know, when we did that for the first time?
Oh, that was that town?
That's Mandeville.
No kidding. That
Yep.
was a nice area, actually. It's got an elevator.
Oh, you want to send me the link, please?
Yeah. It's the first one she sent forever. I gave a second thought to. What she's saying is, instead of having your own. Is there places like this in Florida, John, where you have like you have your own dock or whatever? Or some people have their own docks. Instead of that, you share in like a
Community.
community dock. I mean, have you ever dealt with anything like that? Is it a pain in the ass, or
Like where
is there
3 or
ups
4
and downs, I
homes
bet?
share the dock.
Because it'd be nice. The cost is spread out. I would assume, like an HOA.
Send it over to me. I want to see.
So, are you looking at a place?
Yeah, I'll send this to you right here. I'll
There-
send it to both of you.
Sometimes those slips are deeded, sometimes they're first come, first serve, and sometimes they have a pretty healthy fee that goes along with them.
But you're going to have that with your own. I mean,
Once I buy it, I own the property. So
no, but what
I
I'm
have-
saying is you're still going to have maintenance and everything on your own,
Yeah,
regardless.
I mean,
He's
Yeah.
talking about like an HOA
Are you-
fee for it or
what-
something.
yeah, show me what you're talking about.
I just sent it to you.
There's a,
You've always
there's a
been good
whole
at pointing out
spectrum
why I
of-
don't want a particular house.
oh, well, I already can tell you that
Hey, I'm not kidding, man.
the last 2 letters seal the deal.
The one we were looking at, the dock was like, what, 100 yards? It wasn't quite a football field, 50-yard dock. The dock, just the dock, was about $250,000 if something happened to it.
Wow. Is that the one in Slidell?
It was probably one of our favorite ones. She called it the Crab House.
Mark, this is pretty.
It's gorgeous.
I like it. So
I like the
far.
price, too.
John, can you hear me?
It's all, it's move in. There's nothing, we don't got to do jack shit.
Of course.
Look at that closet
Absolutely.
caller.
What's that?
That's a closet.
That's a pretty
Caliente?
fancy closet.
It's a fancy closet.
Is there any other kind?
No. Perfect. Let it all hang out.
Hey, 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 none of that kind of talk. Okay, we're coming. All right, 303-713-8255. You need some help, and now's a good time to call. Any issues with insurance, too? John's a personal injury attorney. He has just knocked it out of the park for Suzanne and myself, and he represented my daughter. God, that's got to be 2 or 3 years ago. Hey, John, quick question on that. It kind of came up yesterday on a different topic. But when you have a minor, because Addie was, what was she, Suzanne? She was like 17?
16 or 17.
16 or 17. She had her
Yeah.
license. Someone rear-ended her. She had injuries. Car was totaled, the whole bit. But something, you wanted to wait till she turned 18 to finalize it, or else she'd have to wait till 19. There was something strange. What happens if a minor in your household is in an accident?
This is going to be a long answer. Here's the basic gist of it. The court and the law in Colorado say that the parents are not really capable of making decisions about what to do with the minor's case when it comes to managing money and stuff. And
So they're afraid, in layman's terms, Colorado, for whatever reason, probably they should be, honestly, in my opinion, is afraid the parents will blow the money.
Yep.
Okay.
So here's what happens. When we have a minor and when we have a settlement, and the threshold really in Colorado is $10,000. So if you're over that threshold,
Which she was.
we have to go to court to get approval of what we do in a settlement. And the approval is not only the amount of the settlement, but the fees and the cost and the medical bills and the subrogation. and
Everything.
everything else. And on top of that, what we're going to do with the money. And so depending on kind of what's going on in the world, if interest rates are good and we can structure a settlement to where it grows and pays out when they achieve, adulthood and stuff, then we'll do that. Sometimes, in consultation with the parents, we're trying to fund college or some other things like that. So it just really depends on the kid and what.
And it's purely
what's
to
going
protect
on.
the child, the
Absolutely,
victim.
100% to
I like
protect the
that.
child. And so the standard, in fact, when you go to court is it's, in the child's best interest. And that really dictates everything. Was it in the best interest to hire the attorney? Is it in the best interest to agree to the settlement and so on? So here's the challenge, though. In Colorado, if you are 18 years old or older, you are considered an adult, okay? And if you're 18 years and a day and you want to settle your own personal injury case and put the money in the pocket, you can. But if you're 17 years, 364 days, and you're still considered a minor, and you settle that case a day before your 18th birthday, that money will be subject to the jurisdiction of the court.
Even though they're over 18.
All the way out until you are 21 years old.
21?
Yes, sir.
So by waiting or by not waiting, wait a minute. So
by
with
waiting
Addie,
until she turned 18, we avoided the necessity
of waiting till she was 21.
Till she was 21. And we could have settled it, but that money would have been tied up until she, up until the age of 18, very limited circumstances that she could take the money out. After 18 and up to 21, she could go to court and petition and say, hey, judge, I want to buy X or spend it on Y. And the judge could approve it. But once she hit 21, the court loses jurisdiction. They give her all the money. Or if it's an annuity or something that pays out over time, it just becomes her property. So the
side
money
note,
goes to her.
what we did, and I'm not going to talk about the amount, but I opened her a not a day trading, but a stock account, if you will, with Ameritrade back in the day, and then also a Roth account with them. And ironically enough, most of it was Microsoft and Walmart. So, I mean, she's probably already doubled that money.
Great.
We weren't going to let her spend it. I mean, that's simple as that.
The existence of those rules is not really for people like you, Mark. So, I mean, that's the reality is that some parents are going to wisely invest the money.
Hey, we hear every child actor in the world, they seem to turn 18, they have no money anymore, and they made millions.
Yeah,
and
crazy,
they end up working as security in an arcade in a mall.
That's exactly what they're trying to avoid.
I like that. Do most states do that, last part of that, or you don't know?
I don't know really what the requirements are. I think most states have some version of it.
Some form.
Yeah.
All right. 303-713-8255. Charles, what's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I didn't expect to get on. More of an observation than a question, but great show, by the way. And I'm actually in your old stomping ground of T-Town. But
I'm sorry, say that again?
T-Town, Tulsa. Yeah, your old stomping ground, I guess.
Oh, no kidding. Where do you live in Tulsa, man?
Well, I actually work in Tulsa. But I live out in a little town outside of Tulsa.
Called what?
So, Beggs.
I have not heard of that, man. I lived in Coweta for a while. That's a small town. And then Suzanne and I lived in Tulsa and Broken Arrow.
Yeah, it's a small town. I mean, I moved in, doubled up on the payment, paid off the house in 9 years, So, I mean, we're doing good.
What's your question, man?
Well, my observation / question is, I came from Waikiki down this way, and I noticed that every now and then I'll get on Zillow and look, and I was listening to the 531 show about Florida and assessments and all that.
Yeah, 531X.
Yeah. I've noticed in Hawaii right now, I guess you guys know about fee simple and leasehold on the property, okay? And there are tons of condos coming up for sale, basically. Now, the HOA has always been high on it, but you've never able really to see as many of these up for sale. And I think what's going on is these leaseholds are coming up. They're coming due. So basically on leasehold, if you buy the property, when the leasehold is done, it reverts to the leaseholder.
Well, I mean, you'd have to be a moron to buy something unless if you're factoring in when it's up. I mean,
exactly.
What else that happens with is like Tom's got, I think it's a 100-year lease, and not all of them are this way, but on his hangar. So, I mean, he doesn't even, he kind of owns the building, which is strange, but the land eventually. So let's say it is 75 years down the road. I mean, whoever owns it at that time could possibly, if they didn't redo it, would only own it for 25 years.
Right, exactly. And that's why you're seeing,
there's a lot of that in Mexico, too. I mean, it's a little different, but beach properties like that.
Right.
So, but what's your
Well, I
question
don't
on
know.
it? I mean, to me, that's all due diligence. John, chime in. I mean, you're not a real estate attorney, but honestly, I go to buy something. It doesn't matter what it is. I expect my attorney is going to figure out what the hell I'm buying. I would expect the title company that I'm paying to figure out what the hell I'm going to own at the end of it.
Yeah, that's what
That's
title work
true.
is for.
And so basically, like I said, no question, it was really an observation.
Well, and here's the other observation on what you said, man, and we've talked about this a lot. Even right here in Colorado or in Texas, Oklahoma, any place these hailstorms or these tornadoes, any place the devastation is taking place, it's getting to the point where you can't even afford insurance. Your HOA hits you with a special assessment of let's say it's 100 people in the entire complex, and they got $1 million deficiency, and something happens to the roof. I mean, you can't even afford to live there anymore. I don't think I'd buy a condo anymore.
Well, like I said, in my house, and I've been there like 10 years now. Well, 11 years now, and I had a roofer up on it yesterday, and not one hail. Not any damage whatsoever, hail, nothing. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, we're doing good. So.
Hey, what the hell brought you from Hawaii? Where are you right now? Are you in Oklahoma, that small town, or are you in Colorado?
No. I'm in that small town in Oklahoma.
Yeah. So what the hell? How do you go from Hawaii to Oklahoma?
Well, unfortunately, it's kind of what happened was my brother passed away. My mother got sick.
Oh.
And and it was one of those things where you try to hire nurses and
I got you. I got you. Family. I mean, that's what brought you there. Family.
Exactly. So I came.
Cool, man.
To take care of her for.
Well, Charles, I appreciate you calling and checking in, man. And if anything, people do. It's buyer beware. I mean, I don't care what you buy. If you're buying a car, you want to make sure to check the title. I'll tell you what, the call we get that blows me away is people that buy a car and they don't get the title. And, I mean, you can't go register the car. You own nothing. You gave someone your money, and they gave you a bill of sale, but you don't have a title. Or they give you a promise to pay off the vehicle so the title comes to you. I mean, you bought nothing. You bought nothing. And when it comes to a home, think of a title company. Don't ever, if you're paying cash for some property somewhere or cash for a fix and flip, if you don't have a good attorney on your side that knows what they're doing, knows how to do the research, and you're like too cheap to use a title company and get an insurance policy, and they are relatively cheap, you're crazy. I think you're absolutely nuts unless you know what you're doing. Larry has a question on flooring, and I think a contractor. You'll be up next. We got two lines open, 303 Martino, 303-713-TALK. What is this? Oh, that's beautiful. Where is it?
Clearwater, Florida.
What's that going for? Hold on, Fuller and Zero. Fuller. All right, hold on a sec. I got this. You know what's the best, or I should say one of the best cleaning agents in the entire world? It's nature. It's purified soft water. Soft water with no residue, no chemicals is the best way to clean your carpet. That is what Zero Res Denver does. They come into your house. Maybe you've had carpet cleaners in before, and they get finished, and about 4 or 5 days later, that wicking in the carpet comes back up. That grease spot or where you spilled that wine starts to reappear. Zero Res, that will not happen. If it does, they'll come back and fix it. These guys are really good at what they do, and right now they've got great deals going. For under $119, you get 3 areas done. You're not going to get a better deal than that. They also do tile and grout cleaning, granite cleaning, mattress cleaning, upholstery cleaning. I think you're getting the idea. You need something cleaned, you go to ZeroResDenver.com, ZeroResDenver.com. Now, I love when I have a commercial, and the person I'm talking about is in studio with me. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Since you're here, I'm just going to ask you, why did you get into personal injury? And more importantly, what makes you different than these other people out there? They're everywhere. You see them. You see some of them on the trains, the buses, the whole bit. What makes John Fuller Law different?
Thanks, Mark. So I did know I was going to get put on the spot here.
I know you
let
did.
Let me just kind of tell you the difference. There are firms that are small like mine, and there are firms that have, 100 attorneys in it and stuff, and the choices are endless between those two ends of the spectrum. But the main difference is, it's your accident, and it's your experience, and it's your injuries and your damages and your family that we're talking about here. And when it matters to you, I think that you ought to take seriously the choices you make about which attorney you have on your side. And so at Fuller Law, we offer one-on-one representation. We're going to get to know you, you're going to get to know us, and we're going to get a good result together.
That's what I loved about dealing with you when we've used you both times. I always could contact you. You gave me your cell phone number. The experience was great. MyAccidentLawyer.co. John will answer any questions for you. MyAccidentLawyer.co, or put his phone number in your cell, 303-597-4500. You're getting pretty good at just getting there.
Did you do zero res?
Yeah, sure
Okay.
did.
Hey, that house isn't on water. It's not a waterfront house.
Which one?
The one,
This one? No, it's a block away.
Give me a break, man. You think I'd buy something that went on the water?
Oh, that's really nice. Did you buy this?
No, not yet.
What's it going for?
Not at all. I'm not going to buy that until it drops the nose.
That's a nice boat, Doc. It's beautiful. Where part of Florida?
Clearwater.
So the house that Mark sent you, that has the shared dock, but it's not on the water?
Is it
Right, it's like a block
super high
away.
flood shit?
Huh.
Or mediocre? It is? As long as it's not raining. Oh, that's gorgeous. What's the inside here? What's this water?
going on.
Is that just
Right.
like a canal? Oh, wow. Okay.
So, you've got Tampa right here.
I got you.
Clearwater Beach. That is out on the Oakwood.
How far is that drive?
12 miles.
Oh, that ain't.
From the airport, 30 minutes.
Where's the airport? Tampa? Okay. Nice, man. Very nice.
The airport is right here. There's the Tampa. 30 minutes from here to that.
Oh, I see. It's basically a straight shot.
It is a straight shot.
And where's the place now, roughly? You're not even in this. Okay. No. What I was saying is
Oh, generally?
you're way
West
down
Coast of
here.
Florida. No, you're not.
No, I'm talking where you are now.
Oh, way down.
Way down there. Yeah. So now you definitely don't fly into Tampa. You fly in Miami.
Yes.
Okay.
Dollar.
How about Fort Lauderdale? That's too much further.
Who
Fly
are all
into
these
there
people?
sometimes.
Okay.
Fort
What's
Lauderdale's
that?
right here.
Who are all these people?
I know, we're not used to
Yeah,
this.
we're
You're
not used to that.
people being in there?
No,
No.
been a long time. It's a rare day.
Listen, again, Mark, you need to decide what kind of boating
Yeah, I
experience you want to have before you decide whether or not a particular dock or, whatever access is going to work for you.
Well,
Period.
we're not looking for our forever home, man. I mean, I'm
I
looking for
understand
something
that,
that'll at
but-
least hold its value for a year.
Well, I know, but then you're looking in Louisiana too, so you must be able to come to grips with the fact that it's the poorest state in the union, and that is going to impact property values. It already
Big
is.
time.
You're buying something that elsewhere would be twice that money or more.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's a factor that should be considered.
Well, definitely. I mean, how quick I can liquidate it is a big consideration.
I mean, there's just not that many people walking around with that much, you know, you're not selling to a local if you sell. It's
No.
not somebody
iHeartRadio station.
for a
House
person
fire.
that's got a
House fire.
All right, Frank Duran, the real estate man. How I love thee, Frank. Oh, my goodness. When we were shopping for our house, Frank negotiated with the owner. The house we bought out in Franktown happened to be empty for about 8 months. They didn't know if they were going to stay or move. He found out there was 2 different mortgages. So the people that were selling it had a mortgage on the home we bought from them. Plus, they had another house that Frank found that they had another mortgage. So we started calculating their cash flow and figuring out how much in interest they were paying each month for both these homes. Then we made them a low-ball offer and told them we'll close in 30 days. And guess what? They accepted it, and he saved me about $100,000 on that house. But that's just one example how Frank knows how to negotiate. You want someone that's savvy when you are looking for a realtor. Whether you're buying or selling, you want the right guy. That's Frank Duran. Check him out at frankduranhomes.com. Now, Larry, what's going on with you, Larry?
Well, I just need some advice on doing a home remodeling project.
Okay.
Flooring, basically.
Is it just flooring?
It's just flooring.
And what's there now? And is it your primary residence?
Yeah, it's primary.
Okay.
And we just have very old linoleum that, but what
You got that really old stuff that you would roll out?
Yeah.
Wow, okay, that's some old school stuff, man. When was the house built? And I'm asking this for a different reason.
It was put in maybe 20 years ago or so, or put in some of the laminate flooring.
Yeah, but you don't think you're going to have any form of an asbestos question, do you?
No.
Okay, keep going then. We won't even go down that road.
Yeah. So what I just want to see is what is the recommendation from you and from Tom on paying for it? You pay for the product 100% so they can get it ordered.
Boy, I'll tell you, man, we will never. I'm going to pull my skirt up, as scary as that sounds. You know, when it comes to, we have people on the referral list. In fact, the flooring guy I use all the time is Buddy Mitchell. We also have Big Bear. He's going to be redoing some hardwood and stuff, a little different, but when it comes to carpet, when it comes to planking, when it comes to tile, any kind of flooring, for the most part, I like Buddy Mitchell and Karen Mitchell. They own simplyfloorsinc.com. But here's where I'm going with this. I do believe they take a percentage down. Now, I won't give them a percentage down. I simply won't do it. I don't care if they're on the referral list or not. And a lot of them, especially a couple landscapers, hate when I get into this zone. I don't give money up front. I simply don't. Now, of course, it's not going to bother them that I'm doing it because they know me and I advertise for them. So it's like it's not even a deal, but they don't know you. I don't even know why Buddy or anybody else on the referral list, whether a flooring company or a landscaper, if you're working at someone's primary residence, for the life of me, I don't know why they care, because they can always put a lien on your house. So to answer your question, I trust Buddy, and I know he won't rip you off, and I know you'll get your flooring, and I know you'll be happy, and I know the pricing's good. But I think he does want 30% down. I'm not sure. I don't give money down. If I order custom windows, which I've never done, and they have to measure out what we have because our windows are strange, and I know that that company is never going to resell those windows, I would pay for those windows directly to the manufacturer. I would do that. I would have no problem doing that. But when it comes to planks or hardwood or tile, I just can't see it. John Fuller, I swear to God, here's the part that's really crazy about what I'm saying. If it wasn't for people giving money down, I wouldn't have a show. Tom wouldn't have a show. Think about that. It's a conundrum when it comes to me. But I literally, when I deal with our referral list members, and that's basically all I deal with, I don't give money down. But I can understand why they have no issue with that. But you calling up, they might try to talk you into money down. What if you, just as an attorney, when you hire someone to do flooring like this guy, what is acceptable to you, if anything? How do you look at it?
Yeah, I think it just really depends on the circumstances. Like, you know, I have bought material before, but I won't prepay labor. So I think it just depends on the circumstances. If it's an independent guy that's got to go out and fund, say, a kitchen full of cabinets or something like that, I get that. If it's a special order something, I get that. If it's just a guy that's that's selling his own merchandise, then obviously not. I mean, it just depends.
We have a company that was on the referral list, and I'll say this, I kicked them off publicly. It was about 4 or 5 years ago, and they did garage floors. We've got a great company on the referral list. It's been there for 10 years. He used to be Garage Kings. Now he's, what's the name of the new company, Suzanne? Do you remember? I just don't remember offhand. He changed it last year. But this other company, not him. It's not TJ. It's not Garage Kings. But we had a company on there that took deposits, 50% down to have your garage floor done. Now, why would you pay 50% of a $5,000 job for epoxy? The second I figured it out, he was gone.
Would never do that.
No,
Period.
but it's ridiculous, and I think it's a red flag. But Larry, I mean, I don't know if I've answered your question.
So let me share an experience I had. You
Please.
asked about criminal cases before. Let me share. I had a guy that I had on a case at one point whose basic gig was to go out and sell roofing jobs and whatever else he could sell.
Yeah.
He would get half down.
And then he'd get his commission.
And then he would just disappear.
Oh, so he was just a thief.
And yeah, I mean, he was. And then when those people started making a lot of noise and calling the radio show and everything else, he would sell the next job and use that deposit to help pay for some of the first job.
Peter and Paul.
And it would keep going and keep going and keep going. Finally, the guy had to go spend about 10 years in prison.
Oh, my God.
And I don't know how many people lost money on this guy, but he was just a straight-up thief. Nicest guy you could ever meet.
Yeah.
Most credible guy you could ever meet. Really good salesperson,
How did you
obviously.
why were you dealing with him?
I was a criminal defense attorney. So
Oh,
I just
you were
ran into
representing him.
I didn't represent him, but
You ran into him.
yeah, I represented a co-defendant and became aware of what this guy's deal was. So, but I mean, that's his gig. He did it for years. He had cases in Jeffco, in Denver, in Arapahoe, and everywhere, because he knew very well that if I go to the next jurisdiction where I don't have any pending cases, the chances of anybody doing anything were slim to none. So people realize that some of these people you run into off of Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace and all this stuff,
there's no brick and mortar. There's
all
nothing.
they are doing is trying to find their next victim.
Yeah.
Don't be that guy.
All right, hold tight, man. I'm going to put you on hold. 303-713-8255. Two lines open. 303 Martino. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. Another thing is, I want to get an update. Who did we put on? Hey, Kelly, who did we put on that one with the Lance camper in Camping World yesterday? I'm pretty sure we have an update on that, and I want to get to that after this.
Yeah, I think it was Bo.
I think it's Bo.
Yeah, I do too.
So my only concern about that place where you guys are looking.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Genesis and retirement. I don't like this smog-eating roof thing. I think it's silly. I do. I don't think it's something to advertise. Most people could care less if their roof eats smog. I mean, it's a cool little added benefit, but I just don't. I guess there's a lot of...
Does it eat hail?
If it ate hail, man, I'd sign me up, baby. Yeah. Turns hail into snow cones.
There you go.
Come on now. Those hailstorms were crazy. If you don't know if you have damage or you see these roofers around, please, I want you to call someone we trust. Genesis Total Exteriors. Not only can they look at the roof, they can look at your siding, your windows, and the windows is where a lot of damage can happen. And I'm not talking broken glass. I'm talking broken seals. Your insurance company will never acknowledge that happened. That could be $50,000, $60,000. Mark at Genesis Total Exteriors will find all the damage, deal directly with your insurance company, and if needed, he'll even get a public adjuster involved to make sure you get paid. Call them to check it out right now, 303-679-8255. 8509. I've used Mark personally numerous times. It's a great company, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Now, let's talk about retirement. There is so many different things to think about when it comes to retirement. A lot of people think, oh, okay, well, my Social Security will kick in, then I guess I'll get on Medicare and blah, blah, blah. Well, let me tell you this. There's a company out there, 40 years of helping people, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. You can put it all together. You can meet with them. You get a free consultation. You can talk about all your accounts that you have right now. Maybe you've got a Roth account. Maybe you got a 401k. Maybe you've got some orphan 401ks. Maybe you got some annuities. Then you're going to have Medicare coming up. You can talk about the taxes. You can talk about the investments. You can talk about what you want to do when you retire and how much cash flow you need each month. They will put it all together for you, and it's 100% free. Please sit down with them. rpcenter.com. That's the quickest way. rpcenter.com. Okay, what were you saying, Johnny?
The only thing about that house, you're still on stilts, which means everything in the bottom is going to flood periodically.
I love it, though. It's nice looking.
The home's not bad, but you're 30 miles from the ocean.
Well, that one's not on the water, so I don't think I'd go much further on it. She said, and I don't think that's a shared dock. I think she's saying that I could rent space close by.
Gotcha. Yeah, big difference.
I was thinking, okay, so I looked at John's Island. You're the one that turned me on to that. And there's some cool stuff there, and a lot of them is like a neighborhood, not even a neighborhood, but maybe 10 homes, and they literally share dock space.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's got their own.
Right.
That's one thing. And it kind of feels a little good because you're a little off the water, flood-wise, but I've come to learn, too, in Louisiana, you can be quite a bit off the water, and the flood zone's identical to being almost on the water, depending on
There's no
the height of the
elevation
house.
change. It just is flat for for so long. I mean,
that John's Island's nice.
It is. I'm not going to go there. And I looked all the way up to Mount Pleasant and all that kind of stuff, and all around that area. But for boating, it's not my place. I don't want to be on those stupid half-mile long docks without power, without a lift, in the water, and to have to traverse a creek for 4 miles to get to open water. I mean, to contrast that with the place I just showed you, you are 10 minutes from the Gulf, from open ocean, okay? You are within 30 minutes of 15 restaurants, 100 public boat docks, boat slips, public, like a parking space downtown. You put money in the meter and park your boat there. It's just a different experience,
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be in a boating community and you want to do boating things, you have to be conscious of that. The reason I don't like the Lake Pontchartrain area, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it other than to get to the ocean,
It's a long
you're
way.
30 miles away.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're not running 60 miles an hour. So
No.
chances are that's an hour and a half run for you to get where you're going in most boats. And if you're in a 6-mile-an-hour sailboat,
It's a lot of fuel.
it's a 4-hour run to get to the head gates of the ocean,
We
So-
might end up just doing what we originally were thinking, is buying a
yacht.
sailboat
There you
instead of
go.
a house and do that for a year or
Seriously,
two.
just live on a boat.
Well,
Yeah, literally
I mean,
live on one.
That's okay, but it's not very practical in the sense that you can't just live on a boat the whole time. You're going to need to put it somewhere periodically.
Yeah, I know. That's where I
And-
started learning about deep water,
Right.
and a lot of money to have it in certain places.
Or what country you're going to put it
I
in.
I didn't realize how much fees were on some shit.
Oh, yeah. It's not just pull up and dock for a couple days.
No.
It's big
It's like
money.
landing at DIA.
It's like what you pay to park your RV in a lot for a while. I mean, it's crazy. But I don't know. I mean, to each his own. But you guys haven't done the big sailboat thing. You can go do that for a week and just see what you think about it and learn how to do it. Or, but to me, there's just nothing compelling about, an environment where.
All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. Real quick, did we find out, Kelly, an update from Bo on that camper? Do we know anything?
on it today.
Oh, he is working on it. I
Yes,
thought
he
I
is.
had an email. I thought we had good news. This lady bought a camper, and I'm going to go right back to Larry and then Jenny. But he bought a camper, or this woman bought a camper, or her and her husband, $38,000. They've had it a year and a half. They bought it brand new from Camping World, John, and they've only used it 5 or 6 months because it's just it's a POS. I mean, that's the only way to put it. The walls were so bad, they had the dealership, Camping World, had to literally ship it by truck back to the manufacturer to repair. It got all the way back and shipped back, and there's still problems with it left and right. And it's a truck topper, so it's got those jacks to get it up. Mm-hmm. The jacks don't work now, so they can't even put it back on the truck. It's just a nightmare. And what I thought we got through to Lance, who's a manufacturer. You ever heard of him?
Yep.
You know, people don't realize when you buy a camper, even a motorcycle, a four-wheeler, a side-by-side, even if you buy them brand new, there's no lemon law on anything like that. That's just on for what we would call your typical commuting vehicle, a car or a light truck. Even over 10,000 pounds, I believe, or somewhere around there, there's no lemon law. It's buyer beware.
Yep.
I mean, unless you're going to dive into, what is it, the Magnus, what is the federal lemon law?
Magnus and Moss.
Yeah, Magnus and Moss. And you know how much that cost? I mean, that's what are you going to do? Hire an attorney for $50,000 to go after a manufacturer? I wish at some point things were done a little better.
So Lance is a pretty good company. What's going on with them? Are they not willing to stand by it?
Well, that's what, right now, what I know is Bo is going back and forth. I've seen the email. The guy does work directly for Lance, and then the guy from Camping World's in it, but the guy seems to be ghosting. I don't know what's going on. I'll tell you this, though. A truck topper at $38,000, I would bet you almost anything, and I have no problem with this. I'm a capitalist, but a truck topper, $38,000. There's not a lot of plumbing, electricity. This is a truck topper, okay? $38,000. I bet they roll those things off all day long at $10,000. So I mean, cost of building. So
You'd be surprised. They're as technically stocked as your RV.
Well, I don't know about that, but I understand what you're saying, but they're very tiny as well. I bet they roll those off between 10, maybe 12 grand it costs, but their infrastructure is huge. Don't get me wrong, man. They're massive. They're worldwide. I get all that. My point is, though, when they do have a problem to the point where the walls are cracking and the dealer's saying this thing should have never left the factory and they're not helping them,
I think that's totally unacceptable. But some of those things are 90 or 100 grand, though. I mean, they're nice. So it's completely unacceptable that you would have walls falling apart, period.
No,
I don't care how little
cracks,
it was.
They make it sound like an earthquake hit it.
I would be heading right back to the Lance factory and parking in the front door.
Hey, Larry, real quick, do you have any more questions on that? If you're going to use anybody on our referral list, giving money down, I mean, I'm here to chew them up and take care of it if there is a problem. And there wouldn't be a problem on our referral list, but in general, I wouldn't give money down, man. I just won't. And I already know I'm going to get emails from sponsors, but do you have any other questions?
Well, yeah, I do, because the company that we're going through, that's got the store that we want, is on your referral list.
Who is it?
And it's Simply Floors.
Okay, yeah, it's who I've been talking about.
And the contract they originally sent to us, it's about a slightly over $3,000 project.
Yep.
And they're wanting, before to sign the contract and get their ball rolling.
Yep.
They're wanting $2,145.
Well, that's like 2/3. I don't have an answer for you, Larry. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Screw it. Kelly, let's get Buddy Mitchell on. I'm going to get the owner on. Hold on. I want you to hold on, Larry. It's a great company, and I want you to use them. I mean, I can't tell a company how to do business, but I do want to understand from Buddy's side why 2/3 is there, because I just don't understand it. And this is a man I've spent a lot of money with, and I like Buddy, and I like Karen. So don't get me wrong here, but you know what? It is what it is. Ryan, Jenny's got a problem with a boat. Then we got a warranty problem. Everybody hold tight. One line open, 303 Martino. God damn, I fucked my arm up today.
Doing yoga. But
Yeah,
he
no.
wasn't even doing yoga. He was doing core.
No, so here's how I did it. I'm 14 feet to the top of our rig, okay? So I got a big-ass ladder. So I got the ladder up there, and I'm going up to weatherproof, redo the caps, because we're going on a long trip. I get up there, and I'm not going to say I slipped, but I got to the point where I had to hold on really tight here, and I just pulled something here, and I was like, son of a bitch. And it hurt for about a day or two. That was Saturday. And then a day later, it starts feeling better. Then yesterday it felt fine, no problem. Today in yoga, okay, I've already done push-ups. I've done everything else. We're coming up from core. We're just coming up. I'm not even doing a fucking sit-up. We're coming up, and I push up with
And
this
I
arm.
look over, and he's like, oh.
And it comes back. It just like immediately comes back. That's after push-ups and all this shit. So it's right here. I don't even know what muscle this is, but it's right here. It fucking hurts, man. Now it only hurts when I move it.
Don't move it.
But we're going to be towing a car and
simple,
shit.
right?
And you over there playing your violin. Kiss my ass. Kiss my
Mark,
ass.
I sent you an email. Would you just send me a quick answer?
2 o'clock.
You want to do 2?
Yeah, I'd rather do 2. This is just a cheat for me to when I do commercials.
It tells you how long or
No, it doesn't tell me shit. All it does is count. Yeah, it's crazy. It tells me nothing. You know, I think there probably is a way to tie it into shit, but I don't think it matters.
Anytime he works out in the garage, I periodically check to make sure he's
Oh, yesterday.
alive.
Okay, you know what I fixed?
Yeah.
Check
And
this
I checked
out.
to see if you were alive.
So I got a 15-foot garage door, okay? And the opener, it's a Sidewinder. It's a big son of a bitch like this. So it started coming down and bouncing back up. So I pull up the manual. I go to reprogram the limits and reset the weight. Won't do it. Keep getting an error code. I'm like, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. So I call up a garage door opener company. Guy comes out, and he's like, okay, looks like it's the motherboard and the limiter. But, you know, it's 4 or 5 years old. You're better off buying a new one. Well, a new one for this fucking garage is like, installed's like $2,000. So he leaves. I said, okay, I'll think about it. I call up LiftMaster. I give them the error codes. They said, well, it's probably this. When did you buy it? And I said, I bought it 5 years ago. And she's like, all right, you're right there. I'm going to go ahead and send you the parts. So she sent me the parts, motherboard, and a limiter, which looks like 2 little cogs. And I had to get up on a 15-foot ladder because you don't pull the thing. You work on it up there. And on a ladder, it took me, 3 hours, 4 hours. Swapped out the motherboard and the limiter.
Checking, making sure you didn't fall.
Yeah, that's what made me think about it. Occasionally, she'd come in, making sure I wasn't dead on the pavement. But I got it, man. And let me tell you, I rewired, you know those stupid sensors? So I had one of the wires backwards when I put it all back together. So I kept getting a sensor error, and I knew it was a wiring. So I finally hit the right combo, and it works perfectly now, and I didn't die, and the whole thing ended up costing me $0. So there's that.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Sidewinder?
Sidewinder.
I had one in my last. I haven't seen those in a long time.
Oh, it's only 5 years old. It's huge, man.
I think they use them for bigger doors.
Yeah, well, or places where you can't hang it.
Yeah, because there's a...
There's anything there. They're actually way better, I believe.
I've got one in Florida, and it seems to lose its limit settings
That's what this did.
periodically, more so than other garage doors for some reason.
But when you reset them, it holds.
Yeah, for a while, and then I come back, and it's like,
Could be
what happened?
settling.
It's not settling. I think what happens is we lose power,
Oh,
and maybe it loses its memory or something. But it has a battery backup, so it shouldn't, but I don't know why.
so this one's got a big battery backup.
Yeah.
What I did learn going through the manuals and all this prepping to install it, it's very important they're perfectly level.
Yeah.
And you can adjust them at the tops, but mine was perfectly level.
Yeah, this one's all good, but
Maybe the battery's not working when you get a power out.
possible, but I haven't checked that. But I did replace the battery about a year ago. But I mean,
That should be good if it's
don't
0.
they don't go through them very fast. You know,
Yeah.
the batteries hardly get touched. So I don't know, but
I bought a new
Frustrating.
TPMS system for the bus, and it's pretty sweet, man. So I've got 8 tires. It's so weird, man. The front tires are like 125 psi. The rear 4 are 85 or 90 psi. Then the 2 on the back that turn with the front tires, I forget what those are called. They kind of drop down and give you a good turning radius, but they're at like 120. So they're all different things. So this thing tracks each one individually, the temperature, and then the thing it does it, the built-in one doesn't do, it tracks the trailer. So it actually monitors 12 tires, which is really cool, man. Because if I blow a trailer tire, I'd never know in that.
You really want to know about it.
Oh, my God.
Immediately.
Right.
I'd never know. I
Yeah.
mean, literally, I would never know unless if I looked at the camera.
You would eventually know.
Oh, yeah, you would know when people are passing you going, what the fuck?
You see the flames coming up, you know.
Oh, no, man, it's a long ways back there.
You're a former tire man. Is there a cheap way to get those TPMS signals to go off on your?
Yeah, put the proper air in.
No, mine won't go off.
What do you
They
mean
won't?
won't go off? They don't work?
Yeah, they say that
Then your batteries are probably dead in the sensor. You need new sensors.
sensors.
Yeah.
Are they? Is that on the tube or is that somewhere else?
There's no tubes anymore.
I mean, on the stem.
Generally, it's on the inside. How old is it?
208.
Well, oh, God, it could be. It could actually be a band that goes around the rim, which are a fucking. I mean, you might not even find those anymore, but you should be able to replace them with the ones that are in the stem. But you might have to bring it. What kind of vehicle is it?
It's my ridge line that took the hail.
Sheridan Auto Tech will be able to do that. It's not that big of a deal, but it is a pain in the ass. We got a big deep freeze underneath it. We've never used, but we're going to pack it up this time.
There's a freezer in the bottom of
Yeah, in a drawer. Like,
okay.
well, it's like a.
My friends bring theirs down, load them up with fish from the fish market.
Oh, we would do that for sure. And you can set it to be a fridge too, but I mean, I don't know why you would do that. Yeah, we're looking forward to this trip, man. First stop always sucks because first stop is like just to get to the real stop. So they're always small little. I call up and make sure I get 80 feet. I don't gotta drop the rail.
Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can.
Ooh, Biden's
Troubleshooter's gonna
well, I'm glad to see that Trump and my son
This is the Troubleshooter
both
Show.
guilty.
Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. I hope everybody's having a great day. It's Tuesday here at the Troubleshooter Show. John Fuller Law joins me for the show. Any questions you have on personal injury or you just want to chime in on anything going in on the show, please feel free. We do have one line open. It's 303-713-8255. Over $300 million. Cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds directly due to this show. We love helping you, love diving into problems. You can't get free help like this anywhere else. I do want to tell you about a company, though. Paul the Waterman. In fact, Paul was supposed to be here today. He had a little family emergency at the last time. But, man, we bought a water system from Paul probably, I don't think it's even been 6 months. The experience was great. What I loved about it more than anything is how much money I saved. When we shopped for a whole house softener years ago, it was $7,000-8,000. The one we got from Paul, less than $3,000. Better equipment, better warranty, better people, better service. Paul, the Waterman, is who you want to use. Check him out at waterpros.net. That's simple as that, waterpros.net. Now, let's see, where did we leave off? We finished up with the guy with flooring. Hey, what happened to him? I was going to get Buddy Mitchell on. We're going to have him back on. So everybody make sure to tune in, whether you're listening to us on YouTube, which if you go to youtube.com, you can see us during the breaks. Type in Troubleshooter Network, or if you're listening live on the iHeart app, or if you're listening to a podcast at 11:30, we're going to get Buddy Mitchell on. 2/3 down. They're on our referral list, and I just want to understand why it's 2/3 down. So I'm going to ask him straight up. He's a great guy, great company. I've used him numerous times. I'd use him again in a heartbeat. and his product is unbelievable. They sell proximity mills, probably the most gorgeous flooring line I've ever seen. And it doesn't matter if you got a fix and flip or a $5 million house, he's got the product for you. But I just want to understand the money down. I also want to make sure they take a credit card down, because worst scenario, if they take it down by credit card and they don't show up, they can probably call up the issuing bank and do a fraud case. But I still think 2/3 down, no matter what, is excessive. If you want to chime in on that, 303-713-8255. Now, Jenny's been waiting the longest. Jenny, what's going on?
Hi, Mark. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I've been a
Say that. I'm sorry, I missed that last part, Jenny.
Oh, I just said I've been a long-time listener.
Oh, cool. What's going on with you? It says you bought a boat? That's cool.
No, I am calling on behalf of a friend who, her brother recently died from cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And it was a terrible battle. She inherited his estate. And in that estate, he had a boat, which she knew nothing about, so...
what kind of boat is it? I mean, is it a new boat, an old boat, a rowboat, a paddle boat?
No, it was a fairly new boat. I think it was a 2019 or a 20.
Like a fish and ski boat, a pontoon boat?
Yes, like that. Yeah, exactly.
Like I really do want to understand this part, Jenny. Is it a fish and ski boat?
Yes, it is.
Okay, keep going.
Yes. So, and primarily that was, all he used it for was, I think, a fishing trip here and there. But
cool.
Anyway, she decided that she wanted to sell the boat because she knows nothing about boats and nobody in the family does. Nobody wanted it. So my son helped facilitate the deal, put it on Facebook Marketplace, and this was back in Iowa. And a couple came to look at it. The husband came first, looked it over, was very pleased.
How much were they asking?
They were asking $35.
Okay.
And they settled on $31.
Okay.
And he bought it brand new and had done, like $10,000 worth of upgrades to it. It was a very
I got you. So they came to a deal, $31K. What happened?
Yes. So then the next day, the husband calls and asked if they could meet them at Bass Pro, if he could take the boat over there to have it looked at.
Smart.
So my son said, well, yeah, but I'll take it over there, for liability purposes in case anything happens,
Oh, they wanted to pick it up and bring it over there.
Yes.
Okay,
and
but
my son
smart
no,
of
yeah,
smart of the kid to say no, I'll bring it over. So what happened?
Yes. So he took it over there with my friend, and so they went over there. They had it looked at because the husband seemed to be most concerned with how many hours were on the boat.
Okay.
They were very pleased with how it looked. And then, then I guess the wife, she kind of started getting a little nitpicky about scratches.
Hey, Jenny, how many hours, just out of curiosity, do you know how many hours were on it?
29.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to ask John. John, you've had a boat in the past. I mean, that's nothing, right?
Very low hours.
Yeah, that's nothing. So keep going. But you already already looked at it, and now they're looking at it over there and having it checked out. She's starting to talk about different scratches and stuff. So, but where does it go? Are they trying to get the price down?
Well, what happened was they agreed. They had the folks at Bass Pro look at it, look at the system, check it out. So, yeah, everything's a go. It's good. Money has already exchanged hands. The title has been, signed over to them. 2 days later.
So wait, the money, when you say the money exchanged hands, this is important, Jenny. How did the money exchange hands? I mean, was the check completely cash?
Check.
Was it cash? What was it?
Cashier's check.
Okay, so, and it went into the other bank and it's done and over.
It is done and over.
Okay, so what happens? What, buyer's remorse?
Yes. 2 days later.
Well, okay. I mean, I assume you guys had a bill of sale that said as is, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes, they have a copy. Yes.
Okay, so 2 days later, go ahead. I'm sorry to keep cutting you off. Everything seems like, okay.
I know. It's a done deal. It's cut and dry as far as I'm concerned. But the problem is, so now they came back and said, well, there was damage to the underneath of the boat. the motors aren't running right. Well, they had
But wait a second, Jenny. Hold on. And I realize you're calling for a friend. My first response would be, I met you at Bass Pro Shop. I mean, actually, my first response would be kiss my ass. But my second response would be, you brought it to get it inspected. Why didn't the people at Bass Pro, why weren't these issues there when we were at Bass Pro Shop, but now they are?
Yeah, well, this is what happened. Nobody looked under the boat. Nobody turned the motors onto the boat. And that was their own fault for not asking for them to do that.
Well, listen, you know what? Did they know? Okay, between you and me and my wife sitting next to me, no one else is listening. I want to ask you something. Did they know the boat was screwed up or not?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, that's right, because the guy died. They really would have no idea.
No.
Okay,
no,
so they bought it, now what?
But
But where does it sit right now? They can tell them to pound sand. Where does it sit?
Yeah. Well, I said go lay an egg, but what happened was the problem is it's the wife. So she's more concerned with cosmetic because there's scratches on the bottom of the boat and a dent.
But Jenny, hold on. Please let me just ask this direct question.
Yeah.
The people that have the money have the money. The people that have the boat and bought the boat have the boat. Who cares at this point? Why are they even talking to these people?
Say. This is the only hang-up, and this is why it's an issue.
What is it?
And it may not be an issue, but before she, her brother had already signed.
All right, Jenny, hold on. I'm going to take this break. I promise I'll come back to you first. I want to understand literally how we can help. I mean, are they threatening to sue you? Did you get served? Or not you, but your friend. I want to know where it's at, but everybody hold tight. I want to try to stay on schedule. Hold on. God bless.
You're like Tom Jr. over there, Jenny.
You think, I mean, what is she saying, though? I know.
We don't know.
It could be another 4 hours.
The wife is having buyer's remorse.
Yeah, but none of it matters. Who cares?
Right. Yeah.
It is for a friend.
Right.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a lot of spots here, man. I'm going to up my, holy shit. Lord have mercy.
Are you going to do live spots on your vacation?
Maybe, I don't know.
Like you did in
Well, if Tom's not here, I will be, of course.
No, just remote.
Oh, you mean on YouTube?
Yeah, like you did on your...
I know what you're talking about. Hold on. QC, Colorado. I'm going to tell you a little secret to save energy, to save money. Okay, you ready for this? Quiet Cool Whole House fans. These things are remarkable. Quiet Cool are these fans they put up in your top floor leading into your attic, and they make sure that, the ventilation in the attic's great. When they turn on, they're quiet, first of all, but what they do is suck all that cold air from the lower floors, including the basement, up into the house, and all the hot air up into the attic, out into the atmosphere, cool your house down 15, 20 degrees in a matter of minutes. You know how much money that saves you? Imagine that in the morning, especially in Colorado. You wake up, it's kind of hot from overnight. The air conditioner might have been on set at 75, whatever you're comfortable with. But you wake up, you turn the AC off, you suck in that cool air from the basement, you cool the house down to about 65, then you seal up the windows. When you get home from work, you run it again. You might not even need your air conditioner. I want you to check these guys out at QCColorado.com. They can generally pay for themselves in a few years. QCColorado.com, QCColorado.com. Now, Discount Bath. How often do you hear me say contractor and discount in the same sentence? It simply doesn't happen a lot, but you can get a quality remodel at discount prices. These guys have upfront, transparent prices, 5-year warranties on all labor and materials, lifetime warranty on solid shower wall systems. They have a wide variety of different finishes, whatever you want. And check this out. Depending if you're just doing the shower, if you are just doing the shower, you might have a brand new shower in one day. DiscountBath.com. Listen again, DiscountBath.com on a referral list, DiscountBath.com. Now I'm going to tell you about one more company, Keelan Park, or I should say firm. Here's what they do. They are estate planners that'll give you a peace of mind. They can cover everything from a complex will, a simple will. They can write up a trust for you to protect you and your heirs. They can do anything that has to do with your estate. These guys are great. The one thing I really like about them is they also concentrate on business owners. So if you own a business and you want to somehow transfer that business or sell it to, say, let's say an employee of that business, or pass it on to your children, these guys can help you with buying and selling a business. They have real life experience in running businesses. They know business law up and down, and they can tell you the common pitfalls and things people fall into that won't go right. You can sit down, have a free consultation with these guys. LawKP.com. It's simple as that. LawKP, as in kilo polite.com. LawKP.com. Okay. Is it just me, or when I say P and I'm trying to come up with something for P, I said kilo, and then P, I go, okay, now maybe it's just me because I'm me. First thing I think about is pussy. First thing I think about, and I almost said it, but I didn't say it. So I'm just saying I had to find something else. And then I'm going, okay, pillow, that doesn't sound right. And then I don't even remember what I ended up saying. Polite. So I said polite. So if I was in the Army, what would P be? Do you know?
P is in Paul, isn't it? Or is it?
No.
Paul would have worked.
You probably know Chopper, right?
What is it?
What's P?
It's been too long.
I have three alphabets in my brain.
It's Papa, right?
Papa, yeah.
Papa. That's for flying.
Aviation, yeah.
Aviation.
That's not Army. Army could be different.
Oh.
It was Papa when I was in the Army.
Papa.
In public is broadcast is
You were in
different.
the Army.
I would use Paul.
I did not know this
generally.
about you.
Yeah, my brain just
You
didn't go
a
there.
Kid,
I'm like, what the hell for P?
right out of high school or something?
We would use Paul.
Something like that.
How many years you do? 2 or 4?
Couple.
Did you get a GI Bill, or is that 4?
No, I had one.
Did you?
Yeah, wasn't much money, but yeah.
That's cool.
No, John, I've been seeing a lot more TikTok things, videos from you in the last
me?
week. I don't know why. It just
You do them, or you pretty consistent? All right, 303-713-8255. One line open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to help. I want to jump back into this boat issue, though, because I just got to understand what's going on with it right now. Are they threatening to sue them? And we'll bring John Fuller in to talk about it, too. But, Jenny, so where does it really sit right now? I understand the woman is upset. They have buyer's remorse. They're saying there were some problems underneath. She doesn't like some of the scratches, but where is it at?
Okay, so the hang-up is with the title. Before he died, her brother died.
Yes.
He signed the back of the title.
Got
so
it.
she, so that was because, so that's all done and taken care of. Problem is, she did not transfer that title into her name before selling it to them.
Hey, hold on. Can you, Kelly, I'd like you to tee up Mackenzie. Keep going.
Okay. And so it wouldn't be an issue at this point. It would just be cut and dry. But
This could
now,
be a big issue.
Because of the damage underneath, and they think that it was being...
Yeah, but they can't transfer...
that they were being... Yeah.
So right now, forget about all these other things going on. It's more of a title issue right now, because they're saying you sold me a boat and we can't even get it titled. I don't understand though why.
No.
What?
No, that's not the issue.
Okay.
No, they have the title. They have the title. It was signed over to them.
Go ahead, Jenny. I swear to God, I have to know what the issue is. I'm going to shut up for 30 seconds, and by the time 30's up, I'm going to understand. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically they were demanding money back from the sale of the boat. And they agreed to a couple of $1,000. The woman wasn't happy with that, so she said, well, then we can just sue you for this. And the only reason why my friend is apprehensive about this is because when she sold them the boat, she did not have the title put into her name before selling it to them, because she inherited it and through her brother's estate.
Go ahead,
and
John.
it had his name on the back. So
All right.
that is where the issue is.
Okay, hold on. Got a question for you.
Yes.
Who is this person? Your sister, cousin, aunt, uncle?
No, this is
something?
just a friend.
Okay, friend.
Yeah.
Did your friend? So your friend had a title that was already signed by the former owner who is now deceased.
That's right.
Did your friend?
Correct.
Did your friend? Your friend never took title in her own name. Okay.
Skip title.
No.
Did the Iowa title that was on that boat have the ability for a subsequent owner to sign it over? Because it may have been an open title, which is no big deal. You know, this is truly going to depend on how the titles in Iowa work.
But going beyond that, John, where my brain was going, let's say it's not an open title, okay? Couldn't the estate or whoever's taking care of the estate?
I don't think so.
How would a dead person do anything now?
Well, but the dead person doesn't own the boat anymore. As soon as a dead person signed that title over, that's a negotiable instrument that is owned by the new holder of that title.
But it sounds like he signed it over and everything else was
That's
open
what I'm
on
saying.
it.
The dead guy doesn't own the boat anymore. As soon as he signed it and gave that signed title, even blank, yeah, it's still signed. It's a negotiable instrument, right? They could have taken that title down and put it in her name, or given it to you and put it in your name or anybody else's name. It's a negotiable title. Now, the fact that she didn't put it in her name really is only an issue, perhaps, if the Iowa titles don't allow that, taxes and whatnot.
Yeah, that's nothing.
That
It's
has
not going to
nothing to
affect
do
her.
with this issue. If you sold that boat as is, where is, and you've got a bill of sale that says that, I'd tell them to pound sand. They had every opportunity to inspect the boat and deal with it.
And then, Jenny, here's how it would go down if they feel they're in the right. I mean, they're simply going to hire an attorney just because of the dollar amount here. I doubt it's going to be small claims court no matter what state it's in, and they're going to serve them and come after them, and then they have to hire representation.
Do your friends live in Colorado?
Yes.
And so they took this boat to Iowa, or it lived in Iowa before it was an Iowa title?
It's in Iowa. She had to travel back there for,
You mean these people are going to drive or come to Colorado to sue your friends?
That would cost a fortune.
Well,
I mean, that's crazy. Or they're going to try to do it in Iowa?
Hey, John, I got a question on a boat title, though. I've never owned a boat. Is it just like a car title? Who do you deal with? You don't go to DMV, do you?
Yeah, it depends on the state, Mark, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but in some states like Colorado, boats are considered personal property. There's not a title for them, okay? There's a title on the trailer, but not on the boat. So a bill of sale transfers the boat, a title transfers the trailer.
I understand.
I looked up in Iowa. Iowa has boat titles only for boats over 17 feet, which I'm assuming this is, since she had a title, but every state is different. So
wow, so they actually go to some form of DMV and register the boat, just like we would a car.
Well, in Colorado, as an example, you would register the boat with the Division of Natural Resources or whatever it's called today. It changes every year, it seems like. But you would register it with the Department of Natural Resources, not necessarily the motor vehicle department, unless that state considers it to be a motor vehicle. So,
but Jenny, it still comes back to this. It really doesn't matter. They're either going to sue them or not. Whether there's any grounds or anything's going to happen, in my opinion, that's not a legal opinion. I don't think anything's going to happen. I think they'd win in court if it's an open title, like John said. Now, let's go one step further, and the guy didn't sign it. Then I would simply say whoever inherited the boat or is in charge of it would be able to sign it over.
Well, the adjudication of the estate would result in a court order that basically transfers the ownership of that boat over, or would at least authorize the issuing agency in Iowa to transfer and issue a new title in the name of the current owner.
Am I correct in saying, though, because there is no title to a boat in Colorado, that this really wouldn't even be an issue? In fact, a small item affidavit or something could take care of it. There wouldn't even have to be an action on it, really.
I would assume if this took place in Colorado, the decedent would probably have signed a bill of sale before they passed, and it would just be like any other bill of sale for a wheelbarrow or a watch or anything else. It's just personal property.
I guess I'm going to stand here for the rest of the show because this microphone falls every time I touch it. I mean, it's really remarkable. In fact, I hate to say this, Jenny, do you got any more questions? They just got to see what these people are going to do. But I would tell your friend if she called in, I wouldn't give them $2,000. I wouldn't give them $3,000. They had the opportunity to check it out. It's not like there was anything underhanded. No one knew the condition of the boat. The owner's dead. So I would tell them to pound sand. That's what I would tell them.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's what I said.
All right, now
I
quote me.
agree with you,
Pound
Mark.
sand.
So,
Thanks, Jenny.
pound sand.
Good luck. All right, so, I mean, that's that. Let's free up that line. I'm going to take a break, actually early, probably for the first time in my life, to try to fix my microphone. Hold tight. In fact, Carol, let me see who's next. It's what we call a tease, John. Watch how I do this. You ready? Just sit back and watch. Ryan's got a problem with a warranty or a service we're going to find out. We got an update on Camping World, which I'm dying to figure out, and then a question on flooring. Excel and Ideal. Better do these quick.
What was that thing? Not catching the threads up in
It's
there or
just a
something?
piece
or?
of crap.
It falls off all the time.
Only
Because
for
he
me.
keeps fucking
Only
with it.
Shannon says because I'm stroking it. Yeah.
Not even going there.
That's what he says. Now, does that sound like something Shannon would say?
Yes.
Stroke it enough times, it's going to explode on you.
I'll fix it after this. It's just a remarkable piece of crap.
You're going to have to unplug it to really get it to grab enough threads, you know?
I think they're loose, too, so the problem is they just kind of jump down when I touch it. I mean, there's no way it spins around in 5 minutes.
No, I know, but maybe it's just not getting enough threads to really bite. Maybe you need to bring
Man, that hail was crazy the other day. If you're in Larkspur or Castle Rock or anywhere hail's hit, you need to get that roof checked out. You want to use Excel Roofing. I have personally used Jay Brett's and Henry Brett's multiple times. They're great people. In fact, they're out putting some heat tape on my house for next winter right now. They're literally at my house right now. But if you want a free roof inspection, you don't want to call your insurance company first. You want to call Excel. You don't call your insurance company up and ask them if you have hail damage. You call up a roofer. You call up someone that knows how to find hail damage if it's there, and someone that can do the roof with zero money down, no money out of pocket. They'll deal with your insurance company, and you don't pay a cent, not one freaking cent, until you're content. That's probably my favorite part with with Excel. Check them out at excelroofing.com. That's excelroofing.com. Now, speaking of Ideal Home Loans. Maybe you need to refi to get out of some of that high-interest credit card debt right now. Maybe you have a high-interest car loan. There's different reasons, even when home interest rates are high, that you might need cash out. You might be moving out of state. You might be moving in state. There's different reasons people need a mortgage, even though rates are 6-7%, whatever they are right now. What I love about Ideal Home Loans, listen to this. Right now, let's say you refi at 7%, you get that cash out, pay off that high debt you have. Then, if interest rates fall in the next 2 years, let's say down to 3%, Ideal Home Loans will refi you for free. For free! Listen to that. 2 years, they will refi you for free if interest rates fall. Check them out. IdealHomeLoans.com, IdealHomeLoans.com, or give them a call right now, 303-867-7000. When's the last time I took an early break?
Never.
I don't think I ever have in my life. You know what I was literally doing this. I was thinking of plumber's tape.
Yeah. For sure. That would make a big difference.
That's the problem, though. The problem is it literally falls.
It's not binding up on the threads.
Yeah, the threads are just
I'd bring
worn
some
to shit.
silicone tape in here, and that'll tighten it right up.
That's what he said.
Maybe he said that.
Okay, what do we got? Flooring question on Buddy. Oh, we got Buddy on. Good. And then we have another. Hey, tell Buddy we got another question on flooring, too, if you would, please. Busy day. Boy, there's a lot of apartments coming online around here.
Oh, yeah.
When we drive out to the airport, you know, we're flying and going places all the time. Son of a bitch, that whole Highlands, Aurora, whatever that area is, my God, there is shit popping up there faster. Every time we drive by, there's a new structure.
Yep.
You would think that should be pushing at least rents down. You would really think so. The inventory's got to be increasing quickly.
They're getting going on another huge subdivision out near us. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, if they're buying the rates down or what, but they don't seem to be slowing down at all.
It's amazing.
You know?
Well, those home buyers can, or those home builders can make deals, you know, with the lenders.
Yeah, I mean, they have to buy it down, but it's still more expensive than it was a few years ago.
Sun Oil, my dad worked for him forever, transferred him from, I want to say, I think it was Plattsburgh, New York, to Pennsylvania way back in the day, Jimmy Carter days. And the interest rates for homes were 14% or thereabouts, but they subsidized the entire thing. So whatever he had there, they literally subsidized it. Or, I mean, he probably just couldn't afford to move. I mean,
right. That's crazy, isn't it?
I can't even, it's nuts.
I'd like to make 14% on my...
Hey, right now, I got one account in Schwab that's almost 5.5%, 6%. So if I sell a stock and I don't know what I'm buying next, I buy whatever that fund or whatever it's called, and it just sits there, 5.5%, 6% liquid in 24 hours. I mean, how do you beat that?
Yeah.
It's just as good as any annuity.
An iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. That is a number you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. Hey, we got Buddy Mitchell on. Hey, Buddy, I have got two questions for you. One, I don't even know what Carol's got, but she has a question for you. How are you doing, by the way, man? Buddy?
I'm here.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, man, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. We're just moving along, got the third showroom open, and excited for the future.
You guys are growing gangbusters. I mean, we've been talking about you so long. You had that one showroom in Arvada. Now you've got one over at, what, C470 and Dry Creek-ish. Is that right?
It's 8101 South Quebec Street,
Quebec.
right off C470 in Quebec.
Yeah, and I've been over
And
to
now
that
we
one.
have
It's
one-
gorgeous.
Now we have one over on East Quincy, 17034 East Quincy and Buckley.
Oh, nice, man. So you're all set. If someone's Denver Metro, they have three to choose from. One of them's close.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
we still do about 60% shop at home, where we curate the samples and bring it right to the homeowner.
Yep.
That way they don't have to drive all over town. And, a lot of people, they get a little overwhelmed when they go in a showroom with 950 carpets and, 850 different samples of LVP and hardwood. What they like about shop at home is we're able to narrow that down to the best sellers and the products that we've got a really good price on, and just go directly to the people's house. And
I know.
a lot of people choose.
That's
a lot of
it.
people choose that option.
When you sold to me, that's exactly what you did. You came out, you measured, you went different samples. I mean, you know the deal. You do it every day. I've got one for you, though, man. I need help with. I need to understand something. I got somebody that wants to use you. His name's Larry. I assume I'm going to ask him real quick. Hey, Larry, did you shop at home or did you go in?
We went into the store.
Which one did you go into?
Well, Quebec.
Okay. So, buddy, he goes in, and I think the entire job was going to be how much, Larry? How much was the bid? Parts, labor, everything? Materials?
65 and change.
Say it again, 36?
33 $3,065 and change.
All right, so you got the idea, buddy. And you said that your folks wanted how much down, Larry?
Well, it says here deposit due now to special order materials. No materials will be ordered until deposit is made, and that is $21.45 and 67 cents.
So, buddy, what I'm trying to figure out is 2/3 down. Now, listen, I've used you, and we're not talking trade outs. I bought just like any customer you have. I don't recall ever having to pay anything down. Maybe that's because of our relationship, or I simply said I won't pay it down. But honestly, this comes up whether it's HVAC, someone building a deck. How do you justify it simply for floors 2/3 down?
Well, because it's, number one, special order, so we can't order it and have it show up and then the guy back out. Then we're stuck with product that, we special ordered for them.
Just because there's so many different colors. So this isn't something that you have in a warehouse like white tile that you would sell to different restaurants everywhere in the world.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, actually, Larry, that does make sense to me.
It does make sense.
And the other thing that we do is you can put it on a credit card. So if we don't deliver it, you can contest your charges and say, hey,
yep. Yeah, these guys never showed up. And then, Larry, if they don't deliver it and don't show up, you can call me.
But the next part.
Did you have any other questions for Buddy? And, Buddy, you know what? I apologize, and I'll tell you why. I kind of thought I wasn't thinking special order. And I really wasn't. I don't know why, but absolutely the size of the room or the size of the roll you need for each order, a million different colors when it comes to carpet if someone's buying carpet, and then a million different patterns if it comes to some kind of LVT or LVP. I guess you're right. You guys really never. In fact, what do you inventory besides samples? Or everything is basically special order?
We have about 10 different LVPs that are in stock.
Okay.
And we have 3 or 4 carpets that are in stock. And, then we would just take a deposit the day we show up, if it's a stock product. But when we special order, but what we always have done is we've always recommended people pay with their credit card.
Yeah, I get it. I get all the protection.
We don't. Yeah, they get a lot of protection with that.
Let me just make sure. Go ahead.
You and I had a conversation about that when we first started.
Yeah.
But we started 10 years ago. I've been with you guys almost 10 years. So
I know, man.
I understand why you forget. So that's totally cool. So.
Hold on. We might have another question for you, but I want to make sure, Larry. Larry, do you have any other follow-up questions for Buddy?
Yeah. Just a quick question. So the product cost on this job is $1,511. So it's about 50% of it.
Where did you come up with the product?
Asking Buddy, then.
Hold on, Larry. Buddy asked a question. I mean, what is it? Is it a bid that he could look at that says the product is that much, or what are you looking at?
Well, I'm just looking at the quote that they sent out to us.
Okay.
And that $1,500 is for a particular laminate that they did have to probably order special just for our likes and our order.
Yeah, okay.
So that is a little different than the $21.45.
Yeah, I get it. So, Buddy, what is the difference of that $600 or whatever it is?
You know what? Have Larry call me when I get back to the office. I'm out on jobs today.
Okay, cool.
And I'll be back 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'm going to tell you, to get from 1,500 to 36, the labor isn't 36. There's more material in it than that. But I would just have to take a look at it. And, I don't mind, I don't mind adjusting we'll work with anybody.
Yeah, they'll get it. These guys will work with anybody, man. They really will. And what I want people to know is I trust these guys, but I did want him to validate why he's getting such a big amount down. And Larry, call Buddy up. In fact, Kelly, make sure Larry, I just put him on hold, has a number to call up. You can ask Buddy what number to call when I'm done. But hold on 1 second, Buddy. Hey, Carol, what's your question on flooring? Hey, Carol, you're up. You're mumbling. Hey, Carol.
Oh, hi.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I was calling to find out if anybody knew of a product that was available on the market that could seal a crack in a shower floor.
What kind of,
is
you
it-
mean like what kind of shower? Is it like tile? What is it?
No, it's an original builder grade composition of some sort. It's one solid piece. And I'm going to be remodeling this bathroom in September, but I've got guests coming and I don't want to share a bathroom, so I'd like a quick fix.
Well,
if
hold
there's
on.
anything
Carol, I
possible.
still don't understand what it's made out of. Like plastic?
Yeah, you know, like our old shower.
Well, it looks like that imitation marble stuff.
Buddy, do you have any ideas? I mean, I realize you don't do, bathroom floors, but I mean, you can picture a shower. You know everything about flooring. Do you know of any product like some form of caulk or something that would actually fix it?
Just a good seal.
Not
Waterproof
permanently.
seal. No, it's not. I don't need
No.
some. This is just for a couple
What-
months until the contractor's available to remodel it.
What would you suggest for just a temporary fix, if anything, buddy?
Caulk, really good silicone caulk.
Just caulk, okay.
Temporary, you know.
The silicone caulk, huh?
Hey,
Okay. No other marine waterproof products that you can think of?
I don't
Well,
understand.
silicone caulk is waterproof. Let me say this really quick. If you just email me a picture of it, you can get
Okay.
the email from. I can give it right now or whatever. But you could email me a picture of it, and I could tell you what I think. You know, I'm not going to come out there, but I could tell you what I think.
Yeah, it's a good
That way I
idea.
can get a better.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah,
Okay,
he-
I'll get your
So
email
my
because I'm
email-
shopping right now. I don't have a pen or anything with me. So if you can put me back to the main switchboard, I'll get your
Yep,
email.
I will.
Thank
We'll get
you.
it all figured out. Hey, Buddy Mitchell, I appreciate anybody out there looking for flooring. You can find Buddy and simplyfloorsinc.com on the referral list at referrallist.com. Now we have an update on Camping World I'm going to do right after the break. Then Ryan's got a problem with a warranty service. In fact, Ryan, you've been holding a little longer, so I'll do those in reverse. We have two lines open once these clear up. 303 Martino.
I think that Larry
Slap a
guy
little
was
flex
just
tape on there, you know, like
Well, actually, Suzanne bought me some really cool shit. What is that? That waterproof tape that I keep in the RV just fucking in case.
The Flex Seal stuff? I
Is
buy
it
you
fle-
a bunch of Flex.
It's the same.
I like buying
So
all
I've
kinds
got
of
Flex Seal tape, Flex Seal spray can, Flex Seal. I'm a Flex Seal
you
man.
can make a damn boat out of a screen door. I mean, you can do all that shit, you know.
If our sailboat starts sinking, I just pull out the Flex tape.
Just hit it with a little bit of you're good as new, you know.
Better than new. In fact, I saw a commercial where they literally glued a boat back together.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Who else can do that?
Who would leave home without it?
Broken radiator hose, Flex tape. Leaky roof, Flex tape. Broken boat, Flex tape.
Leaky shower,
Leaky shower, Flex, tape.
Mouthy husband.
I need,
Perfect.
Suzanne, I need, no, I don't. I know both of you.
All right.
I know. $39 bones. You know what you can get for $39 now? A complete cleaning of your air conditioner unit before it starts getting really hot. $39. These are the guys that fix it 24/7. You see them advertised on TV. We've been talking about them forever, but they'll come out. They'll clean that air conditioner. They usually spend an hour, hour and a half. They're not just trying to get out there to sell you something. They want to introduce the company, get it there, and they're going to give you a no breakdown guarantee as well. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. Fixmyhome.com. Now, June 20th, there's an event coming up. It's going to be Joseph and Jordan Keano, along with Tom Martino. They're going to be at the Sheridan in the Tech Center. I believe it starts at 6 o'clock. And it's going to be an educational seminar about people that are getting ready to retire. You can talk about reverse mortgages. They're going to educate, answer questions. It's going to be, well, I hate to say it, but a good time. You might think it's boring, but you're going to have a good time doing it. We do these occasionally. Please go to mymoneymyway.com. Go there right now. Sign up. There's not a lot of spots this time. I think only 30. mymoneymyway.com. Get signed up now, and that's all there is. You experience love. Have you heard this commercial on this station, John, where they literally go, they're talking about some politician. They go, he wants to close the border. He is too far right than we
Yes,
are.
I've heard it.
And you go,
He wants to deport illegal aliens.
you go, who the fuck are they talking about?
I don't know. That's the most misplaced ad.
I have ever seen on AM radio.
Right. No, I don't think they got their money's worth on that buy.
Oh my God, whoever came up with that brain dead idea. Oh man, ass pellet time. Ask me what that is, Scott.
I know what that is.
What is that? Oh, you've got ass pellets before?
No. I've heard you talk about it before.
We're getting them Friday. Oof. I still like the hormone bros. You ever get what are they called? Not just teas, but what are they, babe? What are they actually called? The pellets?
BioT?
Yeah, BioT. You ever tried those, John? Ever?
Can't do it.
Can't? You just got too much testosterone.
Just a manly man like that, you know.
It's kind of barbaric, man. They kind of just, get them in there. Let's just put it that way. There's no, like, you would think it's all, like, really cool, space age. Just, no. It, like, comes down to a scalpel, a weird tube, and a pill that basically they scalpel you, put the tube in, crunch the pill down, and then basically they don't have to sew you up, but they super glue you back together.
Ah.
It's fun.
Oh, yeah.
When Douglas County, so Hormone Bros goes down there, I think once a week on Fridays or something, you should see the cops lined up because the pellets aren't paid for by insurance, so we just pay cash for them, but they last 3, 4, or 5 months. Where these cops, because of the insurance they have, they got to get shots. So they get shots, I think it's weekly, but they'll be lined up like crazy. These guys pull up in this little kind of trailer thing.
Why
and
are the cops all taking?
It's a thing.
You'd be shocked how many cops show up.
I wouldn't be, but that's just a sign of everything that's wrong. You know? With the world, you know.
Yeah. That's funny. Eviction, we're starting to get eviction calls constantly.
I bet.
During COVID, it was a complete flip. It was every landlord and their mother with issues trying to get people out. I mean, talk about a flipped world.
Did your friend ever get, you know who out?
$28,000. Oh, you're talking about another guy. Yes, he got in. Let's leave it at that. He got in.
Okay.
That guy never actually got into the house. He lived in wherever the fuck he
Right.
lived in. But it went through court and it got handled, but it cost him. I bet he had $20,000 in getting that. That guy was an asshole, man. I mean, just a total asshole. That's funny you asked that. In fact, it's bad enough. This is true, man. Very true. They're renting the house out now. The wife will not live there. It, like, completely just destroyed that house for her. You know what I'm talking about, babe?
Uh-huh.
Is
Come.
All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. Remember, that number works on and off the air. You can always join us. Go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network, and you'll find our live stream. Don't forget iHeart, too. If you're not around Colorado or want to listen into us in more of a stereo than whatever the AM channel is, the iHeart app is incredible. It's free, so don't forget that. And then we're one of the most downloaded podcasts across the country when it comes to what we do. And I think 50, 60,000 a month, which is incredible for a show based out of Denver, Colorado. Deputy Bo's got an update, but I told Ryan I'd go to him first. Hey, Ryan, first of all, I appreciate you holding for so long. What the heck is going on with warranty?
Good morning, Mark. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man.
So we have a 2023 Ram 3500 diesel.
Nice.
23,000 miles on it.
That's like a, what, an $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 truck?
It's in that ballpark.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with it?
Started hearing a knock in the engine. Took it into the Ram dealer to figure out what was going on here.
Did you buy it new?
I did buy it new.
And did you buy it from this particular dealer? And who is the dealer that looked at it?
I did not buy it from this dealer. The dealer that's looking at it currently is Castle Rock Autoplex.
Yeah, okay, so keep going.
So they pulled the truck in, pulled the oil pan. There's apparently only 3 quarts of oil in the truck.
Wow. When's the last time you had an oil change? Fill in that blank.
Yep, absolutely. I had the oil changed at 13,000 miles. The little gauge on the truck was still showing 30% oil life capacity for whatever that's worth. No codes on the engine, no check engine lights, nothing.
Hey, I need to ask you something, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but are they saying because you waited so long on the oil change interval, they're not going to cover it under warranty?
Ram is stating that the oil was never filled properly from the place where I had my oil changed.
Where did you have it changed?
I had it changed at Big O.
But how many miles ago was that? My calculations was around 9,000.
9,000, give or take a little bit.
So, but hold on. So they're saying they never put enough oil in it 9,000 miles ago?
And I talked with the folks down at Big O, and it makes completely sense that the engine's not going to run for 9,000 miles if there's not adequate oil.
Not only that, Ryan, it's also going to have, if it's that low on oil, you're going to have low oil pressure, you're going to have a oil light on, you're going to have possibly even a check engine light, but you're saying none of that happened for 9,000 miles.
Nothing.
What finally transpired into it knocking, or you bringing it in? You started hearing it knocking?
I heard the knocking, correct.
Let's get on. Yeah, this is insane. Hold on. I want to get Kevin Calkin up. I don't understand. So they're willing to do nothing. Are they even saying something like, we'll pay for half? Because I assume that engine's every bit of 20.
$42,000.
Oh, my God. $42,000, and you just bought this truck, a 2023 with 26,000 miles. You had an oil change done at Big O. 9,000 miles later, it's knocking, and the dealer or this dealership you have it at is saying that it's Big O's issue.
Correct, yeah, and basically the dealership gave me Ram's customer service number and said, call this number, there's nothing we can do for you.
Have you called that number?
I've tried. I've sat on hold for 40 minutes, got transferred 15 times, talked to somebody in a foreign country. I couldn't understand them. Just gets transferred.
Okay, listen, man. Listen. Here's what I'm going to do. During the break, I'm going to try to reach out to somebody that I know that works for, he's a service manager at a Dodge dealership. I want you to give Kelly the VIN. I want to see how bad they flagged this vehicle in the Dodge system. Then I just got to see if I can get in touch with Andy. If I can get in touch with Andy, give him the VIN. I just want to see what's going on behind the scenes and talk to Andy about it. I find this crazy. I mean, it's definitely not your issue. Well, it's all your issue, but it's either Big O or a manufacturer's issue. But what I don't understand and why I want Kevin Calkin up, I want to know what symptoms if it was that low on oil. I assume it takes, 16 quarts?
12 quarts.
And they were saying how many was in it?
They were saying there was 2 to 3 quarts of oil in the engine.
But how could there only be 2 or 3 quarts for 9,000 miles? That's the problem. Exactly. That's the part I don't get. It simply is. Hold on, I got him on hold. Kelly, let's get Kevin on, but on top of that, I really want that VIN number. As soon as I get that VIN number from you, text it to me. I'm going to text it to Andy and see if he can tell us what's going on with that behind the scenes. John, how many times something like this happened? I think everybody in the world has been in a position where everybody's pointing the finger somewhere else, but it's not your fault, not the consumer's fault. You've got Big O saying there's no way we did it, and it seems like a valid argument. And then you got the manufacturer saying, oh, no, there was only 3 quarts. What the hell? What's your gut?
Yeah, he said, she said. This is going to be a proof problem for either one of them.
$42,000. Everybody hang
Crazy,
tight.
crazy.
Hopefully we can figure out what's going on in this. And then Nancy's got a problem registering a car. Mario's got a problem with a car accident. I don't know what that's about. And then Deputy Bowie still got that update. Hold on. Holy shit.
42,000 for an engine.
Yeah, those diesel engines are big dollars. Wow. We had a Dodge one. The guy had about 8,000 miles on it coming down I-70. It started overheating. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. And the overheat light came on, and the guy didn't want to stop on I-70, so he kept driving it, and it overheated, blew the engine. Engine toast. And no warranty on it because he admitted to Dodge, and they can probably pull it, that check engine light or the overheating light was on, and he continued to drive. I thought what he was going to say is this was more of a issue with the latency between oil changes.
Yeah, that's just...
Have you been reading the CNN banners, Mark?
The what?
The CNN.
Nah, not when I'm doing the show. I don't read that shit. Why? What's the gig?
They are, well, I want to know why they're talking to all the jurors. No one talked to the Trump jurors. And they're saying they were deadlocked, but they reached a verdict.
Andy, Marc Mager, how are you, man? I'm doing good. Are you still with Dodge at all? Fuck me. Who are you with now? What are you doing, out of curiosity? Oh,
We're coming to see him.
Yeah, that's insane. What a change, man. Yeah, I know. I was talking to Janicelli. Yeah. So I was sitting next to Deal and Doug at a freaking Rockies game, and I started busting in his balls because Tom took him to task years ago. I mean, years and years and years. And it turned out they really didn't do anything, but I said, and I also know a buddy of yours, and I got Janicelli on the phone, so it was funny. But I want to, who would I call to run a VIN? This guy's got, just give me an idea. He's got 24,000 miles of 2023 Dodge 3500. He had an oil change done 8,000 miles ago. He's driven 8,000 miles. Engine starts knocking. He brings it over to Dodge. And by the way, he's the original owner, still under warranty. He brings it over to, I don't even know what Dodge, Castle Rock Motoplex or something. And they said there was only 3 quarts in it, and they're not going to do anything about it, and Dodge won't because whoever did the oil change last only put 3 quarts in it. I have no idea how a fucking vehicle would go 8,000 miles on 3 quarts of oil. It sounds like some bullshit, but I have the VIN. Who could see if it's been flagged in the system that you know? I'll send it to you in a few minutes. Yeah, I want to see if they flagged it and then get ideas of what they said. I'll send it to you in about 5 minutes. Thanks, man. So are you out there, are you down there in the spring still in that Motorplex now? Yeah, I was just at the Tesla dealer down there getting some work done. You're right by there. Oh, where the hell are you then? Yeah, okay. I know exactly where that is. What place is it? Chapel Hills. Next time I go down to KRDO all the time, man. I'll swing by, and if you're there, you can buy me a beer. All right, dude. It was great talking to you. I'll get that VIN over. I will right now. Thanks, man. Bye.
Chop, these 2 microphones, you can't hear the audio from in there.
He says, hey.
So if Tom were, say, remote, I'd probably split you with John's headphones so you could hear Tom. Okay, no, but since no one's remote, but them and, like I just wasn't going to do all that so you could hear Dragon, that's all. But
Why I wasn't hearing
yeah,
Shannon's
because
little comments.
you don't have an offline button like you do on these.
Yeah, okay.
That's why.
All right.
Don't we have a Dodge dealer in Colorado Springs?
That's who Mark.
That's
is
who
on.
Mark was just talking to.
Yeah,
Because I remember that.
but he's not a Dodge anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's got a handle for me. We're gonna find out how bad they flagged it. We had one dealership get so mad at a customer, he came in and the customer went apeshit over something. I don't remember what caused it. Not like where the guy got arrested, but they got so pissed at him for bothering them and their other customers. You know, he was going into the showroom and doing shit.
Yeah.
It was Dodge too. They flagged it. They flagged his whole vehicle in the system for not having any manufacturer's warranty left. So it didn't matter what dealership they went to. This one dealer had the power to do it. We finally got through to the right person and sent him all the documentation along with this guy, and they got the warranty back put in. But that's the power these dealerships have. It's kind of crazy, man.
I didn't know that. Hey, when I picked this up to eat, I noticed there's a container of liquid glue.
I don't know why Kelly has that in there.
No, I was thinking for his microphone.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kelly's huffing glue.
Kelly might be huffing
Are you
glue.
huffing glue?
Not that I know of.
It's only Tuesday. She waits till Friday.
That's the cheapest buzz, you can get. What's up, Dragon?
Yo!
Shannon said I was perfect on time, didn't miss a beat. Everything's great.
Beautiful. That'd be a first.
It's funny. It's great. I even broken, whatever,
took a
early
break.
one time.
But you did break the mic.
No, Michael Brown unscrews his fucking mic. I'm sure of it.
Never falls off for Brown. Never falls off for Martino.
Never falls off for Ryan.
No Dan. No Ryan.
Shannon says I'm basically giving it a hand job every minute. So.
Looks like Kevin is unavailable. Do you want me to get Jeff?
Kevin's probably in New York. Yes, I would love Jeff.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I got a diesel guy. Hold on, man. Hold everything. I got the best diesel guy in the world.
Stop the presses.
Stop the presses, baby. Kelly, I'm gonna put his number up and his name. Just tell him I'm on the air right now and I want to use him as an expert. I've never used him before.
Our car
as an
accident
expert.
hung up.
What's his name? Josh.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
Got it.
Bepla's former press secretary Sean Spicer on that job, the Trump lawfare case in New York, and more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're trying to make your life a little bit better. You got ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to get directly involved. We want to help you out. We have contractors out there that think it's fine just to steal your money, and it's not. I'll tell you something Colorado has done. There's not a lot of teeth in it, but there is laws out there where they have to hold, this being a contractor, your money, your down payment in trust. And if they don't, they can face not just civil issues, but actually they can go, I'm not going to say they can go to jail, but they can go to jail. I've yet seen that happen. Actually, I think we did have one with I think he sold a mini house, or what are they called? What are those little tiny homes called? A tiny home? I think it was a tiny home deal, and the guy took a lot down. It was 40 or 50 grand. I think he did end up doing some time, now that I think about it. But the Contractors Trust Act is a powerful thing, and we have connections with some DAs and other people that allow us to probably get by a little more red tape than the average Joe has to do. So please, you've been ripped off or taken advantage of, you give us a call, 303-MARTINO. Now, don't forget, that number works on and off the air, 303-MARTINO. You can always email us at help@troubleshooter.com. We have all lines full right now, but soon as one opens, I promise I'll continue to give the number out. But here, in fact, one just dropped. Hey, Kelly, if that woman, I think it was a woman, is listening and had the car accident question, call back right now. I got John Fuller in studio. It's just call back and I'll make you a priority. I know you were holding for a little bit there. Now, Ryan, I just texted your VIN number. Ryan called last hour. He has a 2023 Dodge 3500. He had an oil change at Big O roughly 9,000 miles ago. The entire vehicle has 23 to 25,000 miles. He brought it in because it started making noise, started knocking. He brought it into the dealership down in Castle Rock, which, by the way, we've had some complaints on. I'm not going to tie him into this by any means, but we have had some issues with him or calls come in. Not a lot, but some. But they said, hey, whoever did the oil change last time, there's a big issue with, because they only put, did they really tell you there was, I understand, Ryan, they said there was only 3 quarts in there, but were they basically saying that Big O only put 3 quarts in it?
Yeah, they were basically saying this is Big O's responsibility. It wasn't performed adequately.
And then you drove 9,000 miles before it was knocking.
Correct.
And not one check engine light was ever on.
No warnings at all.
How about oil pressure? No problem?
No, everything was reading fine. And I didn't look at the oil gauges because I didn't have any issues. So, but no codes or anything were thrown that I know of, or no, on the dash, nothing came up warning me or showing any.
All right. So listen, here's what's in the hopper right now. I am pulling all the information on your vehicle in the Dodge system. I should probably have that. It could be any minute. It could be a half hour. I'm not sure. When I have that back, we're going to see how that dealership tagged it in the warranty system and just get whatever information we can. The other thing I'm trying to do is get my diesel expert on. He works on all my diesel stuff, which is only one thing, but he works on my 610 horsepower Cummins. And anytime I pull into his shop, the whole place is nothing but diesels. This guy lives and breathes it, and hopefully we can get him on. He's a great guy. His shop's in Castle Rock. So I want you to hold tight. I'm trying to put those two things together. What we might do is free up the line, and the second I get news back from one of them, I'll call back, all right?
Thanks, Mark. I
all
appreciate
right.
it.
Hold on. Meantime, we might have to, is that Kevin Calkin? All right. I'm going to ask Kevin. Hey, Kevin, I want to ask you this, but I also have a diesel guy coming on. Tell me if you find this possible in any manner. 35 or 25,000 miles on a Dodge 3500 truck. Diesel, of course. 25,000 miles. It starts knocking. He brings it to the dealership. The dealership says, when's the last time you had an oil change? He said, I had one at Big O over 9,000 miles ago. They say, well, there's only 3 quarts of oil in here. Your warranty is void because there was only 3 quarts. You got a problem with Big O. Now, never oil pressure issue, never an oil pressure light, never a check engine light. How the hell could a Dodge 3500 drive for 9,000 miles with no indicators, according to the caller, and then start knocking? Is there any of that possible?
Wow, that's a tough one. It's possible it could have consumed, oil in 9,000 miles.
But that would be a warranty issue.
Yes. Exactly.
That's what I think they're doing. What I can't understand is the dealer gets paid for warranties. I can't understand why in the hell, if they really thought it was a warranty issue, why wouldn't they do it? I understand they make less book labor. I understand stuff like that. But they still make good money off of a $42,000 ticket.
Oh, yeah. No, and he complied with the warranty by having the services done at the interval,
So I'm running some information in the back to figure out where it's at, and I got some contacts with Dodge where we might be able to help them directly. But how would you, if this went to court, what would you possibly do?
Well, it's entirely possible when the engine failed, it did consume a little bit of oil.
How would you tell that, though?
Knocking and everything else, it's entirely possible that it went through a quart or two in that, with the engine failure.
Oh, while it's failing. So in other words, they might have, let's say, I think it takes 12 quarts. Let's say they only put 6 in. I still don't understand how the oil pressure and the light wouldn't come on being 6 quarts low. I just don't understand.
No, that's really truly bizarre.
What is generally the tolerance of a brand new 2023 Dodge or any other brand diesel truck when it comes to how many quarts are in? I mean, does it give a 50%?
It's all gonna be relative to driving and temperature and everything that goes with it. So that's a hard one to answer, but I don't see it running with 3 quarts in it.
I just can't. I can't imagine. They said there's only 3 quarts. I understand what you're saying, though. Let's say they put 6 quarts in. As the engine was failing and working a lot harder because it had all this lack of oil, then it started consuming oil, and then basically then it started blowing up on itself.
Yeah, it could have been a process. It may not have been instantaneous. It could have been not
how
a
would
single
you
event,
tell, and I've got a diesel guy hopefully coming on, but how would you tell, let's say they did put 12 quarts in it, what kind of signs would you look for if the truck itself was eating the oil? In other words, he did everything right, Big O did everything right.
Excessive smoke from the tailpipe. That's about all you'd be able to tell. There's no other condition would make you look. Yeah.
I
started up in the morning. You get a big cloud or something.
It's crazy. All right, Kevin, I appreciate it, man. I think you're out of state too, are you, or did you get back?
No, I got back yesterday.
How was the trip, man?
Grandkid. I saw my new grandson. It was awesome.
Did you smoke him some ribs?
No, I let my kid cook. I'm on vacation.
Yeah, okay. It was New York, right? Is that where you went?
Yeah, upstate New York, up by Albany.
That's our daughter's going to Albany Thursday or tomorrow or whatever day it is, 2 days.
Okay. Nice part of the country.
Did you land in Albany or you drive?
Well, no, I had a family in Connecticut, so I landed in Hartford and drove up.
Cool. All right, man. Hey, I appreciate it. We'll see you Friday, hopefully. Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. These guys are great. By the way, they got better deals than any dealership, and their warranty's unbelievable. 3-year, 36,000 miles nationwide. Anything they do, nationwide. SheridanAutoTech.com. I'm running a little back. Let's get all of Ryan's information. Oh, wait, is that Josh up? Okay, put his information up. This guy is the diesel guru. He's going to help us out, and we're going to figure out what we can do and if he's ever heard of this before. Josh, hold on during the break. Hold on.
High interest rates, inflation. People are afraid when they're selling their home, and some brokers are selling them.
Well, it could have been leaking, or it could have been consuming it.
He would have seen a leak.
It is a Cummins, after all. I mean,
is that what's in them?
No, they smoke and.
And do you have a website?
No emissions.
Leak shit everywhere. No emissions.
E is in Edward, T is in Tony, A is in Apple.
You should know that.
Fix it 24/7. These are the guys. You want to get that air conditioner tuned up before we start stringing together like 30 hot days. Call them now, $39. They come out, they tear it apart, they clean it. They're going to make that thing in great condition. Now, on top of that, listen to this. It's all $39. They're going to give you a no breakdown guarantee on it. They're going to put a little sticker on there, so if you have a problem with your furnace or water heater, anything in the future, you're going to know who to call. That's kind of the rub of it. But check them out at fixmyhome.com. This isn't going to last long. $39. Fixmyhome.com. Fixmyhome.com. I do want water. I don't feel like getting up for water, though.
You want a bottle?
If you would, I'd appreciate it.
I got a question. Is it okay on the chat to put a referral to one of our people that's on the referral list?
I don't care.
They've been asking about dent repair. That guy that we have on there is really good.
Yeah, of course.
Rocky Mountain Dent.
And all the time. There's no reason not to.
Okay. Just a normal bottle?
Yeah, I don't even care. Actually, if there's a warm one, I'd rather have warm. That Buddy Mitchell, man. So back in the day, Suzanne and I would do 3-4 day fasts and all this shit during COVID, just shit to stay busy and not just sit at home, gaining weight and shit. So I started talking to Buddy, that fucking guy. He put this big metal tub out back, and he bought a big ice machine or whatever, and he fills it up with ice water. I mean, I'm talking like you'd see in a football locker room. And he'd get in there for 10 minutes a day out, and even during the winter. So he'd go back in the winter, fill up an ice thing. I mean, you're talking water below freezing, and then hop in the damn bucket. Oh, thanks.
I just talked to Nomi.
Oh,
and
shit.
Marty.
Remember.
Oh,
No,
you talked to
it's
Marty?
fine, yeah.
Oh,
Hold
wow.
on for a second. He sounds really good.
Oh, wow.
Good.
Yeah. And she just needs an estate sale referral for out here.
So all that other bullshit's handled. Power of attorney.
Oh, the mediation went fine in her favor.
Good.
So that's good.
So she needs
An estate sale referral.
Oh, there's not one that's good. You mean for out here?
Yeah, for her Boulder place.
I don't even know who to
Surprised
ask.
the realtor
Maybe
doesn't.
we put it out on the air, see if people can email us referrals.
We know how it goes. You end up with zero. You get your house empty for free is what it comes down to.
Yeah, let me see who I can find. Estate sale. Oh, you know who might know is Dan McKenzie might have a good referral.
That's not a bad idea. That's a good idea.
I'll ask Dan.
They're all the same, though.
I think his realtor would.
My parents, so they sold all their furniture, everything. 3-story condo, or 3-story townhome, whatever it is. You know, they had 3-4 bedrooms and whatever, big house. It's like $100 at the end. $100, man.
You got $100?
Yeah, I think that was it. We had a lady call in. This happened in Franktown. I actually stopped in that day when the lady called on her way home. It was so bad, her parents or mom died, whoever the last remaining, and they did an estate sale, and they got a check. Ready for this? A quarter. 25 cents. A fucking check. They literally gave him a check for a quarter.
Why?
That's what I said. It's almost like in your face kind of bullshit. They said it costs more to stage it and sell it and then to move it and then clean it, because a lot of them, that's part of it. They cleaned it at the end than what they sold the stuff for. And I can attest to that with my parents. It was under 500. I think it was literally 100 though.
Right.
But you know, it's old furniture. Who buys old fucking couches and shit? I mean,
That's good, because I tried calling him. I think he might have mentioned something like that. That's great. He sounded good.
Yeah, I'm not saying, he sounded perfect, but he sounded better than the last 2 or 3 times I spoke to him. He said hello to me.
That's great.
I feel that required doing resisted shuffle steps,
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
all right, 303-713-8255. We're digging into problems left and right. Hey, I do want to ask John Fuller something between this next call. And Nancy, I'm going to go to you on this registration issue. Ryan's holding tight. And by the way, I was going to say one line open, but that's not true. Here's the deal. Go ahead, Suzanne. Oh, my God, I got Josh on. Would you please put up his credentials so I can give out his shop's number and everything properly, Kelly? Then I'll go to him. And I'm going to ask Josh about that. So hold on 1 second, Josh. I promise. I am so sorry. I lost track. We're going to get his input on this. In fact, I'll go to Josh right now. Hey, Josh. Hey, man. First of all, I appreciate you coming on. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Did you ever think I'd call you out of the blue to be on the air?
No, not really. But you never know.
So Josh owns everything truck and auto diesel. He's in Castle Rock. And I've been using them for our RV for years now. In fact, I just picked it back up from him, I don't know, like 3-4 days ago. So, I mean, literally, I know this guy. But he lives and breathes diesel. I want to ask you something, man. I'm asking for your opinion in what you would do if you were Ryan. Here's the facts, man. It's got 25,000 miles on it. It's a 2023 Dodge 3500 diesel. By the way, is that generally a Cummins? What kind of diesel do they use?
Yes.
Okay, so he has an oil change done at Big O Tires, 9,000 miles. I'm going to lock you in because I want to clarify something with Ryan. Hey, Ryan, I realize it was 9,000 and change miles ago. How many months ago was that oil change?
January 30th, looks like I completed it.
All right, so you put a lot of miles on this thing. You put 9,000 miles on in the last 6 months. What are the intervals you're supposed to follow on these? 10,000? Josh, do you know?
Actually, they recommend just going off the dash because the light on the dash will turn on and tell you when to change the oil.
You know what?
It's all a calculated number now.
That's exactly what Ryan said. Ryan said on his dash it said you still had 30%, didn't it?
That's correct. Yep.
All right, so listen to this, man. So he's driving, what is it, last week, this week? When was it?
First part of last week.
So first part of last week, he starts hearing a knock, and he brings it over. In fact, right in Castle Rock. What's the Dodge dealer down there now?
Castle Rock Autoplex.
Yeah. So he brings it down there. They check it out. They come back and tell him this. You need an engine. It's $42,000. You have no warranty because it's not a warranty issue. Whoever did your oil change before only put 3 quarts of oil in it. So here's the question. If someone puts 3 quarts of oil into a Dodge 3500 and it was Big O, but we don't know what they put in there. I mean, they say they put the right amount of oil, but how could anybody drive? How is it possible to drive with 3 quarts of oil with no lights going off, no oil pressure signs, no check engine light, no warning lights whatsoever for 6 months and 9,000 miles? Is that even a possibility on a Dodge 3500?
Not likely.
What would you do if you were him? They're telling him you need to write a check for 42 grand. Now, they haven't done the work yet, but how would you fight this with Dodge? What can someone do? Would you tear the engine down? I mean, like, honest to God, what do you do for forensics to figure out was the proper amount of oil in there and the oil had bad consumption in the truck went through it, or maybe it had faults not showing oil pressure properly or anything like that? How do you reverse life and figure out what the hell happened?
Well, that's a great question because unfortunately you're going to have to go off of Big O's word of what they did and what they put in it because you got to start there. So let's just take their word. They put the proper amount of oil in it. Then,
well, let's ask Josh. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Ryan, let me ask you that question. When you talked to Big O, because I'm sure you called him, what did they tell you?
Yeah, I mean, they just basically said we put 12 quarts of Rotella T6 synthetic motor oil in the truck.
All right, keep going, Josh.
So then after that, my question to the dealer would be, okay, well, this is what this shop is doing. It's an incredible shop. They do this all the time. They're claiming they put 12 quarts of oil in. Where did it go? If it's not on the ground, it's not gone. Where did it go?
That's something else I didn't ask you, Ryan.
Somewhere.
Ryan, did you see any oil anywhere at any time?
No, and that's my same thing. That either three things could have happened. They could have not put the oil in, the oil could have leaked out, or the engine used oil. I mean, that's kind of, to simplify it, that's what happened. And then there's been no leaks. I've seen nothing anywhere in my garage or anywhere on the vehicle of anything leaking.
Hey, Josh, I'm not going to interrupt you now, but methodically speaking, keep going on with what you would do, because I think what's going to happen is if I can't get some stuff done behind the scenes with some Dodge people I know, and he's got to hire an attorney, $42,000 you hire an attorney, I don't care. But at some point, there's got to be some evidence. And the only thing I would differ with Ryan on, if they're saying there was only 3 quarts in there, I don't know how that vehicle could run for 6 months, 9,000 miles. But I'm not going to belate that anymore. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't think the truck would have run that long without it making some type of noise, having some type of sign that you're low on oil. These vehicles can run lower on oil. As long as there's oil in the sump, they're not going to set a low oil pressure fault. Now, again, it goes back to where did this oil go? Because you kind of got to trust the word of the shop that did the work and assume that they did it right. So then at that point, the dealer would need to prove that say your turbo wasn't consuming oil, or you didn't have valve problems, or you didn't have any other mechanical issues with the truck. Then at that point, it would be back to Big O of, okay, there's no signs of my oil. Here's the reports by it of my oil going anywhere. I apologize. But here's the reports of that. Now, how are you going to prove that you guys actually did what you said you did?
God, I mean, if I was in front of a judge, though, I'd be like, my goodness, we did an oil change 9,000 miles ago, Your Honor. I mean, apparently everything was fine.
I wouldn't argue that at all. I would be questioning the dealer. Give me some details of where this oil went then. And if that's the case, that whatever failed should have been covered under warranty anyway.
You know, I'm not putting you on the spot. I don't care. You know, some people don't mind talking about other companies. Some do. I mean, do you have any thoughts on these guys? You said it's not Medved. Who is it?
Castle Rock Autoplex.
Do you know anything about the Dodge dealer? Do you hear a word around town? I mean, I know nothing about them. I mean, it seems to me, why wouldn't they? If they could put it under warranty, I don't know why they wouldn't. They still get paid.
The downside to it is if Chrysler, the mother company, actually denied the claim, then the dealership would then be on the hook for paying it. But that's also part of the dealer's job, is to have this proof, have this information that shows, yes, this is the failure and this is what caused it.
I don't like how they're handling it all. I mean, I find it ridiculous. A week ago, they just said, too bad, so sad, it's going to be $42,000. I mean, I don't think they advocated for this guy whatsoever. Would you agree with that, Ryan?
Yeah, I just feel, I mean, I'm in the same boat with you, Mark. I would think they would want to do the work if they could make some money on it, but I just feel like I'm getting pushed to the back burner. They gave me the 800 number, said, "Oh, it's up on you to do what you can do. Our hands are tied."
Ryan, what's your gut say? I want to ask you, man. You're the one that had the oil change. You're the one that drove it for 9,000. You're the one that heard it knock. What's your gut on this? Do you think Big O screwed up, or do you think the vehicle's got a warranty issue?
I've been using that Big O dealer for 6 or 8 years with no issues.
No issues.
Great guys down there, super shop. I just don't think the dealership's doing all they can do for me. I just think they're dropping the ball.
All right, listen, hey, Josh, I appreciate it, man, and we might have more follow-up on this. I'm going to give your number out for listeners as well. And I'm getting information from Dodge or from somebody I know there how that thing is flagged in the system. Hopefully I can figure out if the dealership flagged it, if they actually had a rep out to look at it, or someone from the manufacturer. I can get all the information that's put into their system. That I know I'll have sometime today. And then we've got to try to figure out the next place to go. But, hey, Josh, I appreciate you coming on, and I mean it out there. Now, Josh is not on a referral list. I've just never talked to him about it, but I've known the guy forever, or I've known him for a few years. But Everything Truck and Auto Diesel, and they're in Castle Rock. Everything Truck and Auto Diesel, 303-537-4942. You usually schedule an appointment with him. I scheduled about a week out, but he can do, he's done oil changes. He's tracked down leaks on my electrical system. He does anything. I mean, you pretty name it. If it's diesel, he does it. 303-537-4942. I thank you again, Josh, for coming on, and I might pick your brain a little more, all right?
Yeah, no problem. Good luck getting that handled.
Yeah, I hope we do, man. That's really what this show's about. I'm really hoping I want to notch up this 42,000. I'm going to put all our resources on it. I'm not kidding. This is a big one to me. I feel like this guy's really getting screwed by somebody. We need to figure out who, and then we need to get it handled.
Spot.
What's that?
Josh gets a free spot.
He's a really good guy, man.
He sounds like it.
John, what do you want to talk about? All right, I know what we're talking about. How come people email and text me constantly during the show? You would think it's...
You're the man.
Yeah, right.
Biden's talking about his deadbeat ass son.
About what?
His loser son. He's finally talking after that conviction thing.
good friends.
I'm very proud of the man he's become.
He was pretty bad from the videos on that laptop. Yeah, he was. It's shocking he's alive. Euro Plumbing, I love these guys. They do water heaters. Listen to this. Brand new water heaters, name brand stuff. Ream, A.O. Smith, 6-year warranty. That's parts labor. And that includes installation, includes new gas lines. It includes new water lines. You ready for these prices? Sit down. I don't want you falling. $1,399 for all that 40-gallon. You need a 50-gallon, something a little bigger, $14.99. They also do garbage disposals for less than anybody, sump pumps, and repiping with PEX, the entire house. They do that cheaper than anybody. These guys know what they do, and that's all they do. 303-668-6844. 303-668-6844. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Keelan Park. I've been talking about them a lot today. These are estate planners. Maybe you've been divorced. Maybe you got remarried. Maybe when you actually had a will, you weren't married. If you need a complex will, if you need a simple will, or maybe, like a lot of people, you simply don't know what you need. Maybe you need a trust. Maybe you don't even understand what a trust is. Maybe you own a business and you're trying to sell a business. Or maybe you own a business and you want to figure out how to pass it on to your heirs where there's no real big tax ramifications. Maybe you just need help when it comes to planning your estate and your retirement. That's the guys at Keelan Park. What I really love what they do is that business buying and selling. These guys know how to transition that business. They've owned businesses. They're attorneys. These guys know how to help you to avoid those common pitfalls of passing on your business to your kids or selling your business. I really want you to call them up if you find yourself in that position right now. It's Keelan Park. It's lawkp.com. lawkp.com. Okay, car accident. Here we go. We're going to that first. Uh-oh, I know where it's going. I'll take a guess. He's injured. The guy that hit him has no insurance, and he doesn't have any coverage for. How often does that happen? Oh man! And honestly, the guy that hit him, let's say the cops know who he is and all this shit, they never do anything, do they?
What are they going to do?
I don't know.
I mean,
hold them criminally liable for not having the limits.
I'm on this forum that on the computer, and it's all over the country. So, different states are different. But I mean, you get people that say really dumb shit like, "I'm on Medicare. They pay 100% of my medical, and I don't have any income because I'm retired. What do I need uninsured motorists for?"
Yeah, I know.
And it's like, God dang it.
We're going to hammer that through with this guy.
It's just you just don't get.
They're not
the
realizing
multitude of things. I try to just go, look, do you have grandkids? Do you ever drive anywhere with your grandkids in the car? Do you give so little about them? They're not on Medicare. They may have a whole life of careers ahead of them or something. You don't know. It's the ultimate act of selfishness to say, I don't have any needs, so I'm not going to buy this coverage. And it's just stupid. But people get set in their damn ways, and you can't tell them anything,
Yes.
Mark, you got to work on some.
I'm doing one right now. I already did Paul, just so you know. I just checked them off.
You had a few from yesterday you had to do, and then you've done 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to keep you on task, but I don't know how much
I'm going to
to
do
harass
888.
you.
I'm going to do 888 and Probit.
You'd like to see that, wouldn't you? Mark in trouble. He spends his life in trouble.
She spanks me.
Oh, God.
Man, what you guys do in your little RV is no business of mine. You have one of those. If this RV's rocking, don't come knocking.
If this RV's a rocking, you better call an ambulance or something because this shit should not be rocking.
Right.
At 55,000 pounds. We met some people we had a really good time with in Granby a couple years ago, and when we were in Hawaii, we found out they rolled down an embankment. Husband died instantly in the RV.
Full in their
Oh, wow.
Jeep truck thingy.
That's no good way to go.
Big rig like ours. They had a front right steer tire blow, and he overcorrected, spun it. She walked away without a scratch. He was just in the wrong seat. In fact, the video of the news coverage of it, you just go, oh, my God.
On Audible.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, listen, ProBid Energy. Mark was in yesterday, and I just had someone email me. And yes, I am not kidding. What they're doing now is they're part of this charging station network. So if you own a restaurant, or if you own a convenience store or a hotel, anything where you might have a charging station, I want you to call these guys. You guys can profit share. You give them a little space, they put in that charger there, and then everybody makes money off of it. It's pretty cool. Call and see if it works out. They can tell you if it's a good deal or if it's going to work or not, probably within a day or two. But call them at 844-4PROBID, 844-4PROBID, or you can always find ProBid on Referral List at referrallist.com. Now, we're going to hop over to Mario. Mario's got an issue, and I'm glad John Fuller, our personal injury attorney, is in on this. Mario, what's going on with you?
So on Wednesday last week, this lady came and hit two of my cars that were parking outside the street, and she take off. Luckily, she don't got too far. Her car got all bad, so we know where she find it. Well, we don't know where to find it, but we run after her and we find it. Call police, come over. The lady key her and insurance and everything, and we find out that she has no insurance.
Oh my God! So she hit both your cars. Were they like parked in front of your house? I'm just curious. Where were they?
Yeah, they were parked in front of my house. She had the first car, and with the first car, she pushed the second one.
Oh.
So it's like the rear bumper hit the front of the other car.
So she rear-ended it, and then you have damage on both cars. Well, I'm glad no one was in them and you didn't get hurt. And I'm going to bring that kind of up with John Fuller. But when the cops finally got out there, they must have given her a ticket.
Yeah, she got a ticket. Like I say, she presents.
But she has no insurance.
She has no insurance.
But she showed.
We find out that she has no insurance.
Mario, did she show a fake card to the cop?
Yes.
Okay, I get it. And then you found out there was no insurance when you went to call the insurance company.
Correct.
And they said no. Did she ever have coverage and it lapsed, or they had no idea who she was?
Yes, what do you call it? The insurance that she would present, there was a homeowner's insurance, a car insurance.
Okay, so I want to ask John something. We're gonna make this a little bigger topic than your car, but the first thing I want to talk about is his predicament, John. So she got the ticket. She rear-ended him. Why couldn't she go to court if Denver or wherever this took place for not having insurance? And he actually gets not just a judgment. What is that called when you get basically a judgment, but it's criminal? The criminal is liable.
Restitution.
So can't he get restitution? I'm not saying he's never going to get paid. And then that would never fall off. If she ever does get a job, and I don't know her circumstance, is that possible in a scenario like this, or just in Denver, this stuff just doesn't happen anymore? What do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I do. So it's possible. You know, listen, I don't. I'm not going to point fingers, but it really depends on what the cops charge her with. If they charged her with leaving the scene of an accident, that's a 12-point. That's a major violation. You're going to have a DA involved, and they're going to reach out to you as the victim of the crime, and you'll have an opportunity to present any information about restitution, including the value of your cars or the damage on them, and they will assess that damage, and you will get a judgment, and she will have to pay. It may take her 4 years to pay it, but eventually she
never.
will. Or, yeah, she probably will. Ultimately, they'll reduce it to a judgment, and, it'll run its course.
Now, if they didn't give her 12 points, and let's say they just gave her
Yeah, so that's the other thing. If they thought that she had valid insurance and they concluded that she didn't leave the scene of the accident and, it's just a careless driving, then it may be the type of ticket that doesn't actually require an appearance, and she could just mail it in, and no DA is ever going to get involved enough to really assess the restitution and figure out that it's a factor.
But if Mario contacted whomever, maybe that is a DA's office, and says, hey, this happened, this lady showed the officer and me and gave me this insurance, and it's all phony baloney, man. I mean, does that do something?
If you're lucky, and he may be able to do that. If it's an infraction, if it's the lower level, lower tier infraction, it never even touches the hands of a DA. So I'm not going to say it's impossible. It depends on the county and what ticket was written and under what statute and that kind of stuff.
Hey, Mario, do you know if she has to go to court because she left the accident?
No, I'm not sure. My son is the one that went over to. When she ran away, I had a doctor appointment that day.
Mario, do you know if they charged her with hit and run?
They did.
Okay.
They do because actually the cars were parking in front of my car, and she take off. She reversed her car and take off.
So if they charged her with hit and run, that's the most serious charge that they could have charged her with, and that's fantastic for you because you should be contacted by the district attorney's office, or you can even reach out to them and make them aware of who you are and what your contact information is. And that does actually have a pretty good chance of being reduced to a restitution order.
So what we're talking about in layman's terms is you need to contact the police, whoever's on the report, whoever issued the ticket, and make sure they understand that she did not have insurance and you have damage on 2 cars and you would like a restitution order put in, meaning that she is going to be found guilty if she is, and she's going to owe you this money, and that's not going to drop off for a long time.
Yeah.
So, and then if someone does has restitution, and I'm using this in very broad terms, but my understanding is bankruptcies don't get rid of it. It's pretty hard to get rid of it.
Yeah, that's generally true. Hey, Mario, what county did this happen in?
Arapahoe.
In Arapahoe? Okay, yeah, just contact the Arapahoe DA's office, and they'll track down which case that is and which DA it's assigned to. And then if you get that restitution order, she can't run down to the bankruptcy court and get rid of it. They should make her pay over time. Unfortunately, you'll get a small amount every month until it's either paid off or
do they?
Or forgotten
if she's
about.
not paying, generally with restitution, if someone's not paying whatever was deemed proper to pay each month, can they revoke a license? Do they have?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So you might get paid eventually, but listen, I'm going to put you on hold. I got to take this break, but when we come back, I also want to talk to you and John about something that's a bigger picture in a scenario like this, because I assume you don't have any. I'm going to ask you real quick. Actually, Mario, your insurance won't cover your own damage, right? You just have liability?
No, they don't. Just have liability.
Yeah,
I
okay.
call them and they say they don't cover.
There's a much bigger issue I want everybody to think about here. Imagine if this was on I-25 and the lady slammed into Mario with no insurance. Hold tight. What do I got? Retirement
license plate, but they'll. They can't suspend a car, but they can only suspend a driver.
Right. But when they use the full license plates, you as city marshal would go out on those. I was a traffic cop for many
And
years.
take the license plates off the car?
Yeah.
I don't think they do that, and I don't know that they could, because anybody else could drive that vehicle, and legally drive it as a permissive driver. But I would think it'd be more of an administrative action against the license of the driver.
Because they'd always do it at 4 in the morning, and then we would get calls.
All right, hold on, guys. Ideal Home Loans, if you need to refi right now to get some cash out because you have high credit card debt, I understand. Interest rates are high. You might be in a very low interest rate and you don't want to do it. But if you're paying 28% on a credit card or 22% on a car, or you just need the cash to get yourself out of a jam or whatever it is, you have to refi. Maybe you're buying a new house. Maybe you're moving to Colorado. I want to tell you about Ideal Home Loans and their rate guarantee. Here's the deal. You refi right now, and interest rates drop in the next 2 years, they're going to refi you at the lower rate for free. You can call for details, but no one else does this that I know of. The interest rate guarantee, check them out, idealhomeloans.com, no risk, idealhomeloans.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. These guys put all the pillars together when you start thinking of retirement. They offer a comprehensive approach when you start thinking of retirement. Now, of course, around 50, 60, I would assume you're starting to think about it, but they're going to look at all the investment tools you've created over your lifetime. They're going to look at the healthcare situation you're in. They're going to look at the tax ramifications that you have, and depending on where you're pulling those assets from during retirement, tax ramifications. They do way more than just managing your assets. You sit down with them, you talk to them, they're going to talk about income, they're going to talk about growth. They've been around 40 years. In fact, it's a family-owned team approach to retirement. It's a father, a son, the son-in-law. They're great guys. I want you to reach out to them for that free consultation, 970-663-3211. Great guys, really. Reach out if you have questions on retirement. 970-663-3211 or rpcenter.com.
How long has Bridget been with you? Years and years? Huh? 10? I just wondered, she's the only person I've really ever dealt with as far as your scheduling and whatnot. I just curious.
These are weird.
Where were you about? Denver. Did you know Marshall Fogel by any chance? He was my attorney.
Yeah, I know Marshall. I knew him back when he was alive.
What?
I went to school with Bill Keating's sons, Marshall's.
I'm going to do Dan McKenzie and 888.
Is Marshall still alive?
I don't think so.
He's still listed.
He may be.
Yeah.
He is.
He's got to be 90.
Not active, but
He had one hell of a baseball collection.
I can't find Dan. How do you spell McKenzie?
McKenzie, M-C-K.
What's the name of his firm?
Dan McKenzie Law Firm, or the
Nothing.
McKenzie Law Firm. Start typing that in. Well, what do you need?
I need everything. There's not a fucking thing in here. What the hell would it be under?
You don't need to say anything more.
Unless he has it spelled with M-A.
I found it. I got it.
Is it M-A? Is that what I had wrong?
It made me put in the E before it would find. It made me put in 4 letters instead of 3 for whatever reason. What is Biden doing? Is he trying to leave and doesn't know which way to go?
Okay.
Biden ignores son's gun conviction at gun speech. Oh my God! It is so ironic he had to give a gun speech today.
And not say that.
Tobias is not on the bench anymore.
Okay.
Who was the one down at, Tobias was mainly in Arapahoe.
He was Rapid County judge.
Who are you going to do next for House?
What, baby?
Who are you going to do next for House?
I'm doing McKenzie and I'm doing 888. I'm doing 2.
Oh, okay. Did you miss one yesterday? You did. I see. Okay.
I just did an estate planning. I'm not going to do him. I'll do him next time. I'll do.
You're checking your own shit. I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
I'm going to do 888. I'm going to do a long 888 and a. I did probate. I don't know how it got unchecked.
You got more than one.
Oh, because I didn't.
I checked the one from yesterday.
I got it. Okay, I'm going to do Genesis.
Good grief.
You could, I mean, I
think he got sick.
Genesis and Mackenzie.
Genesis? No.
I can't do Mackenzie.
888
and Genesis.
Genesis.
I'm going to do a long 888, so we'll knock 2 off.
Okay. 888, then Genesis. And then your, I'll let you get settled. Not too much info at once.
That's right.
Space it all out.
I drive a big old truck. An SUV. Gas guzzler.
I ride the bus. Always drive the right way.
I listen to Dan Caplis.
With Dan Caplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 K-How.
All right, 888-HEATING. Yes, I love their website, too, 888heating.com. These guys do plumbing. They do HVAC. They do it all. Here's what I love about them. You ready for this? This is so cool. Even if your system's 20 years old and that air conditioner isn't working, if you call, these guys are going to tell you how much to fix it. They're not going to say, well, option 1 is a $10,000 system, new one, and option 2 is a $20,000. They're going to say, hey, it needs this capacitor or whatever it happens to be, and they're going to give you a price to fix it. They don't care how old the system is. If you do want to buy a new system, they're great. They got wonderful pricing, great service. You're going to love these guys. 888heating.com. Simple as that. Check them out. 888heating.com. Garrett and the gang been with us a long time. And by the way, if you're in Colorado Springs, they're down there now as well. Now, John, I want to get back to this conversation real quick, but Mario only had basic coverage on these cars. Forget about the car now. He's owed damages, and, you know, it's going to be hell to get him. Imagine if the person took off and they never found her. He'd have no shot in getting them. Let's say the woman ran into him on I-25, and he got a broken face and a broken leg, and he couldn't work anymore, and the lady had no insurance. We talk about having the proper coverage. How often does it happen someone gets injured and there's no one to go after and their life is changed?
It happens a lot. And in fact, I mean, let's broaden it out a little bit. How often does it happen that they have the crappiest coverage that the state requires them to have, which is only $25,000, and their damages are far in excess of that, but there's nothing else that you can go after and get because somebody either has no insurance or just liability only or something like that. So in either circumstance, the end result is the same. There's not enough to go around.
No, and think about that. $25,000, you end up with a broken leg in the hospital, you're screwed if you don't have the proper coverage, which is uninsured and underinsured.
So the way to look at it is, I mean, everybody thinks, and I hear this all the time, oh, I've got an umbrella, I got really good coverage.
Or they say, I got health insurance, so if I do get hurt, my health insurance will cover it.
Well, and it may to some extent, but
it's not going to cover not working for a year.
No, it won't cover your wage loss. It won't cover your pain and suffering. It won't cover, so many different things. But a lot of people think that having a big liability policy is the end of the road as far as making sure that you and your family are covered. And I would suggest that it just barely scratches the surface.
How about if you got kids in the car?
So here's the deal. Liability only covers you
if you're liable
for claims that the other guy would make against you if you were at fault for the accident. Beyond that, there's no coverage. So if you get hit by somebody and it wasn't your fault, no coverage.
Zero.
If you have a car full of kids going to a baseball game, no coverage. If you have your wife and your next door neighbor in the car, no coverage. There is no coverage under your liability policy for anybody in your car or you if you're not at fault in the accident.
The biggest argument I hear from this is two things. One, the value of my vehicle is nothing. That's fine if you're talking about the value of the vehicle.
I don't care about your vehicle. I truly don't.
You care about the person.
Listen, I care about the people that are in your car that are impacted potentially for life because of the negligence of some other party. And if you don't take steps today to protect yourself and your family, then you have nobody to blame when some yahoo runs into you that either has no insurance or crap insurance, or you're dealing with some crackpot company out there that's gonna fight you over clearly, valid claims and stuff. You have to protect yourself by getting the right coverage, and it's called uninsured motorist coverage. Yes, I understand that to get really good uninsured motorists, you have to jack up your liability limits, and that's just part of the deal.
Yep.
But if you drive out on this road and you don't have that coverage to protect you and your family, when something bad happens to you, you're going to regret the day that you didn't spend that little small amount to get that additional
Well, it's
insurance.
amazing because, like you said, no pain and suffering. I mean, big deal if you do have health insurance. You get to go to the hospital and your health insurance covers that. But if you can't work for the rest of your life,
won't pay your
that's
rent.
a whole different thing.
You know?
It doesn't pay your rent.
Won't buy groceries.
All right, everybody hang tight. Deputy Bo has still got that update. I appreciate him hanging. Nancy, and then we can free up Mario. 303 Martino. We'll be back right after this.
That name sounds familiar. Oh, okay. I'm sure I've heard that name before. Jim used to do shit like, he would do like process service where he would get a buddy in a tow truck to go start backing up in somebody's driveway with the backup beeper going off, and they'd come running out the front door at 2 in the morning thinking their car's getting repoed, and he'd serve them, you know.
Scott,
Like,
our daughter is so funny. She has set the Tesla.
I saw that
Did
on
you?
Facebook.
Oh my God!
I could kill her.
She said our daughter has set our Tesla, her dad's Tesla.
Every time we
get out, it farts. It makes a huge fart sound.
10 feet away from the car, it farts. And I can never figure out
And
where
we're
you
both, the
freaking
first time we realized, we both look at each other like, what did you just do?
Oh, it's very realistic.
It's
too.
loud.
You will look. And it waits to your, because, you know, it knows where you are with your phone.
Yeah, so you gotta be like 20
you hit
feet.
10 feet away and it goes. You know, think of Elon.
Guess where she gets her sense of humor from?
So much for valet parking, right?
Oh,
You
we're
can't
dying.
figure out
And
how
we
to
can't.
turn it
No, I'm sure we could if we look. But it's every time we get out, so you got to probably be in the car or on the app. It is so funny. She is a trip.
Some Mexican up there had a baseball.
She's gonna be partying when at the house when
You would think
guys are
so.
gone.
Her boyfriend's gonna stay with her. Yeah, cause gosh, it's just so. Like if Mark's out of town, like that's a lot of house. Have you been there, right?
Yeah.
It's just a lot of house, and there's a lot of sounds, and it's out in the country. But usually, if I'm there without Mark, I've got the dogs.
That's true.
You know, so she doesn't have pups. So it's just gonna be quiet, like that sort of quiet.
Yeah.
Anyway, but her boyfriend, he's studying for the bar. He graduated this year.
He's a bum.
Oh, okay.
Mark.
He's
The guy
not-
graduated law
He's literally
school.
not working. He's taking 6 months off.
Good influence on that.
Right?
The kid just graduated.
I was like, there's
Oh, it's just too much.
no.
John, how long after you graduated law
knows
school,
exactly.
how long did you study for?
To take the bar.
Take the bar?
Yeah, because Adeline's boyfriend just graduated in May, and he's studying for the bar till July. And Mark's calling.
It's fucking bullshit. No job, no nothing. I'm studying.
Actually, he does have a job in Grand Junction, but
No, it's after he passes a bar, though.
But he does have a job. Anyway, so how long did you study for?
So I think I took the February bar.
You took the February.
Yeah.
Okay, he's
So
taking the
first
July.
one that I could take, I
Yeah.
took, and passed it.
Adeline's going to take the July one.
So
as
the
well.
kid,
Why?
listen,
Is she
no
not
job,
graduating
lives with
till-
his parents.
She graduates in May, but she
Got
was
it.
afraid to take it early. I think she just.
Well, if she graduates, well, wait a minute. Then maybe I took the July bar. So whatever the first one that was available, I don't know, it was 25 years ago.
Yeah, I think she
They didn't
could
even have a
take-
bar then.
I think she could take the February one if she
It was
wanted
Shotgun
to.
Willie's.
But
Well,
it's
wait a minute. You graduate in May.
May. I
right?
think she can take it before she
June, July.
graduates.
I took the first one you could.
I don't
But we
think-
started taking.
We looked that up. I don't think you can take it prior.
Is it February the first? No, not prior, but
No, I mean,
July bar. Would,
she's thinking she can take it prior, and I don't think so.
no. You can't take it
Okay.
before.
There's
I
like
thought you
one
could.
state
But,
you can.
but we started like Barbary classes and stuff before we even graduated. Okay, because I mean, you're not going to fill out law
So
school,
is Adam.
especially in your last semester. You're done, right?
Yeah.
We started taking Barbary classes and living at the law school for like those 2 months or 3 months before the bar.
And then you graduated.
10
basically
hours a
took-
day, every single day, preparing for the bar, and then took it, and did a massive data dump and forgot every bit of that until the results came in. And
how long does that take?
The results? Couple, 3 months.
Oh, it is
Something
a while.
like that, yeah.
But that was 25 years ago. I wonder if it'd be quicker now with online
it's all
this and
essay-based,
that.
isn't it?
It's the essays that take the time. The multiple choice stuff takes done. I mean,
Do all attorneys? I mean, who grades them? Are they attorneys, judges? Who grades them?
it's other attorneys that do it every year.
It's not the law school.
No, for sure not. So I mean, they have.
Would you ever end up grading one? No. Okay.
No,
I didn't say do you want to grade one.
No. I mean, the goal, and listen, here's the hard thing for people to figure about, law school exams. There's not one right answer.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Yeah. Nobody really cares what your conclusion is on any particular question. The points are derived from issue spotting and analysis, okay? And so they have to come up with an objective way to score this really malleable deal. And so there's like, let's say it's a family law thing, okay? Did you identify the 8 issues that were present in there? Maybe you identified 12, but there were 8 that are definitely ones that you should have found that you got points for. And then your analysis of those 8 issues may involve identifying 7 other pieces of law, the family, marital, blah, 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 blah. And so you get the points by identifying the issue and identifying the law and then tying it together with some analysis that nobody cares what your conclusion was, okay? That's how you get your points. So you
So
have to be able to
nervous.
regurgitate all that shit.
God.
And Barbary is magical in the sense that they're like, I'm going to teach you how to answer every family law question that there is. There can only be 5 different categories: divorce, child custody, domestic violence, whatever. I mean, and they break it down to an outline that if you remember it and regurgitate it,
You'll pass.
No 2 ways about it.
That's
it's
cool.
a massive amount of crap that you have to cram into your skull and be able to regurgitate when you get to that point.
How long does it take?
It's like a
Is it
6-hour
one day?
test.
To do the bar?
Yeah.
It's 2 full days.
Oh, 2 full days.
2 8-hour days.
Ooh, I'm nervous.
Oh, she's gonna.
I'm sure she's going to do fine. I'm
She
still nervous for her. She's
do
going to be.
fine. She'll
Well,
do
that's
fine.
because you do drugs.
Don't
and
clog her
drink
brain up
heavily.
with nervousness and stuff. Just, I mean, some people don't. It's a reality. Some people take it 3 or 4 times before they pass it. But the majority of people from a good school that are smart people that don't get their mind clogged up with shit will pass it. Their pass rate up there is probably 75% or so. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's not a secret. You can look it up.
His son. But the stupid media didn't say, but will you commute his sentence?
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Got John Fuller Law with me. We've been talking a lot about personal injury and other items going on, having John chime in. So if you have any questions, especially relating to personal injury, but basically anything you got, man. You've been ripped off by a contractor, you got a bad landlord, anything. We want to hear from you. We want to dig into it. We've got a big Dodge one in the works. I'm hoping to solve this. I'll be able to check a box off for a $42,000 call, hopefully. And we're not going to give up on that one. I'm waiting some information back on Dodge. And if you didn't hear that call last hour, guy had a 2023 Dodge 3500, basically had 9,000 miles on it from the last oil change, started knocking, brought it to the dealer. Dealer said no warranty. It only had 3 quarts of oil. Whoever did your oil change last time is the problem. That was Big O. Big O says no. We put 12 quarts in just like it called for. It drove 9,000 miles in 6 months. We didn't do anything wrong. We're going to find out what Dodge thinks, and I don't mean the dealership, the manufacturer. We're going to try to get this thing handled. Guy's looking at $42,000 out of pocket for a truck. he basically just spent $100,000 on. It's not a good situation, but that's what this show's about. I use that as an example. Now, I do want to tell you about some company that I really, really like. And you know who it is? Can anybody guess out there? Come on, someone guess, someone guess, someone guess. Genesis Total Exteriors. The reason I say that is because we just had hailstorms. These guys can come out and not only look at your roof for damage, they can look at your siding, your windows, your deck, your patio, anywhere there could be hail damage. And trust me, there's a lot of hail damage other than a roof. They'll come out for free. They'll look at everything, tell you if you got a claim. They'll work with your insurance company. They can do everything from the roof down. Check them out at GenesisTotalExteriors.com, or you can always find Genesis and all of our other great companies on referrallist.com. Now, let's go to the phones. John, you want to pick one there? You pick one.
Hey, it looks like Rick's on the line to talk about Mario's situation. Maybe he had a similar issue.
Hey, Rick, yeah, we had Mario call up, and John and I got into a discussion about coverages, but he had a hit and run. 2 of his cars were damaged. The lady took off. They tracked her down, called the cops. Cops came out, gave her a ticket apparently for hit and run, but she had no insurance. And this guy didn't have any coverage, so he's got 2 damaged cars. Rick, what's your suggestion? What's your comment? Rick, I'm putting you on hold. We'll see if he's there. Oh, Deputy Bo's been holding forever. An update on Camping World. This lady bought a camper, $38,000, a truck topper, called into the show yesterday. $38,000, bought it brand new. It's been 1.5 years since she's bought it. They've only used it 6 months. It was built so bad, according to her, they had to send it back to the manufacturer, which is Lance. That's who manufactured this one. It had cracked walls. They attempted to fix it. They shipped it back to Camping World for her to pick up. They went down to pick it up in the last couple days, and this time the jacks don't work. You know, you got to jack these things up and basically back your pickup so you can put the pickup camper on the back of the pickup. The jacks weren't working. We put Deputy Bo on it. Deputy Bo, what's going on with this thing?
I called the Joey Shaw and Jake.
Hey, Deputy Bo, your phone is going in and out, man. I can barely hear you. You just got to start from scratch. You called who?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. I called the service managers at Camping World, Jake and Joey. They're both co-managers of the service department. Melissa gave me their name. I called, said who I was, like to see if we can get a resolution to this broken camper, and they did not call me back. So I called Melissa, the person that owns the camper, and she gave me a name of a person named Eric Jackson, who's the warranty manager of the Lance Camper Corporation in Lancaster, California.
Did you reach out to him?
I was able to talk to him. Yes, and he was very nice. He talked to me for a few minutes. He did. I gave him the VIN number of the camper. He did acknowledge that the camper was sent back, and he said we did all the work and sent it back. And I said, well, Eric, the work's not done right. The wall's not right. There's still structural cracks, and the jacks don't work. And he says, well, this is news to me. I don't know anything about it. You're going to have to reach back out to Camper World so they can contact
And
you.
these are the guys. Here we go again. So you have 2 people pointing at the other person. Meantime, the ladies used a $38,000 camper for 6 months out of the last 1.5 years because they didn't build it right, and Camping World can't fix it. But Camping World still hasn't called you back?
No, and I left a message for these 2 guys.
Who are these 2 clowns? Who are these clowns at Camping World? Who are they? What are their names that won't call anybody back?
Sure. They're both the service and warranty managers at Camping World.
Is it Dumb and Dumber?
Phone numbers.
Is it Laurel and Hardy?
Yeah.
Who is it? Manny and Mo?
They haven't called the customer back either.
I know this. Who are they? What are their names?
First name is Joey Bouchal.
I'm going to phonetically spell it. Second one?
Jake Wiener, Wenner, and I have a phone number.
Okay, so Joey Bull, and then Jake Wiener, right? Do I have those right?
Yes.
Jake Wiener and Joey Bull. So let me ask you this now. What phone number did you leave a message for these clowns at Camping World? Because you know what? Maybe our listeners can help us out today. Maybe our listeners can say, hey, Joey and Jake Wienerheads, why can't you contact either us and tell us what's going on, but more importantly, your customer that has not been able to use her $38,000 camper, according to her? In my opinion, Camping World sucks. I don't like Lamar or whatever his name is anymore. I used to love the show The Prophet. I don't even think it's around anymore, but it's absurd. It's crazy. We used to, during COVID, we had more calls on them than anybody, I think, during COVID. We had so many calls on Camping World, it was insane. And now we're getting them again. A year and a half of ownership, according to the caller. I can only go off of what she told me. In fact, let's get her back on. God dang it. Get her back on. Keep Bo up. Bo, I want that phone number over the break so I can put it up so people can call Joey Bull and Jake Wienerhead and tell them when's the lady getting it back. I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of this Camping World crap. It's crazy. And who is the prophet? What the hell's his name?
Lamonis.
Lamonis? Marcus,
so.
right?
Marcus Lamonis, isn't it?
You know what? You hear his story. It's unbelievable. He was like adopted out of some third world nation, came over here and made a fortune, bought Camping World. He's helped other businesses, but this massive thing he owns called Camping World, they can't even recontact their own customers after they spend close to $40,000. This is all my opinion. I'll say that, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a lot more of my opinion after this.
Lebanon.
Yeah, his story is unbelievable.
It really is.
If your blood pressure should drop, remember the RV with the rust?
Hold on, I got so many here. Become the banker.
Yeah, on the
Made in the shade. Okay.
all the underneath side or something.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Manufacturer blaming
It's like, who can we pass this on to? It's not our responsibility.
All right, I want to talk about Fuller Law. John Fuller's in studio with me, so I'm going to talk about him real quick. He's a great guy. Not only does he come in and help with the show sometimes, he's also an advertiser, of course, but Suzanne and I have personally used him twice, and the results speak for themselves. He got maximum policy limits from the other people. Both of them, of course, were accidents someone else caused, but dealing with John is great, and you'll have the same experience. You get his home phone number or his cell phone number. You get all the contact information. You're not dealing with all these other people, paralegals and secretaries and whatever. You deal with John Fuller. You deal with the attorney. He's always there to answer questions for you about the case. And if you have been hurt in an injury recently, call him up. He can give you a value to that case. John's number is 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, or you can also find John at myaccidentlawyer.co. Made in the shade. You know when people say that, hey, it's made in the shade, it means it's great. Well, I'm going to tell you what's so great about these guys. They sell every window covering you could ever imagine. It doesn't matter if it's cheap, expensive, top of the line, you name it, they sell it. Made in the shade. If it's a window covering, they have it. And their pricing is what I love. Their pricing is better than these other companies where you have to do all the measurement, you have to do all the hanging of them, you've got to do all the work, all the labor, everything. And these guys at Made in the Shade are generally cheaper than those people that make you do everything. If you don't believe me, give them a call. They'll come out to your house. They'll bring out different samples. They'll help you with colors. They'll do everything. They have helped numerous people right here on the show, including Dragon on the other side of the glass, including Deputy Doc did his whole house. These are the guys Made in the Shade, denvershades.co, and, of course, at referralist.com. Now, I want to end these commercials with Become the Banker. So these guys have an important educational seminar coming up. It's going to be Joseph and it's going to be Jordan, and it's going to be Tom Martino, and they're going to be talking about retirement. They're going to be talking about Social Security. Should you get a reverse mortgage, or is someone trying to trick you into a reverse mortgage? It's an educational seminar coming up on the 20th of June. The 20th. It's coming up like in 9 days. The hotel is in the Tech Center. I believe it's a Sheraton, but I'm going to give you the website to sign up because there's not a ton of room. They got a smaller room this time. Tom's going to be out there, and there's going to be lots of experts when it comes to retirement. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Listen again. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Go there right now. Get signed up. MyMoneyMyWay.com.
Woo. Woo, woo, woo.
Oh.
So you have Rick back, but Nancy has been holding for over an hour and a half, and I just came on a fourth time to her, and she's like ready to hang up.
Okay, hold on. Hey, Nancy, it's Mark. I promise I'm taking you next, okay? Hold on. There, that was easy.
And you have Rick back.
Okay.
So he's holding, but he's also pissed off that he's been on for 30 minutes.
Watch this. I'm going to show you this. Watch this.
And then,
Hey, Rick, I apologize. It'll be just a minute, okay? I'll get you quick. You there? Hey, Rick, you're coming up pretty quick. I just know you've been holding. I appreciate you holding. All right? Okay, hold on. Rick sounds like he's 140.
yeah, I already did that.
Rick
Hey,
sounds like
Rick. Oh,
Rick,
this is-
Rick sounds like he grew up with Lincoln.
So if you scroll over here,
Hey, old buddy, old pal.
that are the names of the people, and that
It's already 20 after 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're great, Kelly.
No,
Kelly, 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 Kelly.
Hey, ask Kelly. Can you hear me now? Ask Kelly if she's going to be getting the woman on from Camping World. You getting the woman on?
You get the woman.
I want Deputy Bo and that woman from Camping World. Thank you.
Is it going to be?
And then tell Nancy I'll come to her in 30 minutes, and tell Rick I'll get him tomorrow morning.
Now, there
I'm
is
kidding,
a
I'm
slight
kidding.
chance he needs to be in studio for whatever reason, and we'll let you know that. But
What's that?
for John's next showing on the show,
You'll probably just be remote, I would guess, or go over to Tom's.
have you been to Tom's? Yeah.
What, you don't like the desk? You should have been at Tom's during
It's
COVID.
a beautiful home.
When everybody
I
was
mean,
sitting on bar
holy
stools.
cow!
It's an hour drive for me to get over there.
But it's no further than coming here,
Melissa?
really, right?
Hi, it's Kelly
No,
over
it
from the
could-
Tom
you can't get
Martino
there
show.
from
How are ya?
so
Yeah,
You're
it's in the
right,
middle of
Sue.
nowhere.
We're
that's the only thing.
I love how you.
House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303-713-TALK. Hey, I want to tell you about Denver Regen real quick. These are the guys with the semi-glutide, $250. You can look anywhere. This stuff, this weight loss drug, and they have all three of them, I believe. But the semi-glutide, $250 a month. That includes the doctor's visit, the prescription. That actually covers the medication. It's the whole bit. There's people that are paying $2,000 a month out of pocket for this stuff. There's people with insurance paying $2,000 a month out of pocket for this for weight loss. But these guys are great. I love Dr. Joel down there. Check out denverregen.com. Get signed up on it, denverregen.com. You don't even have to live in Colorado. If you're listening to this on a podcast, check out Denver Regen. They can do appointments over the phone or over Zoom, the whole bit. Just check them out. Denver Regen, $250 a month. Now, we got a lot cooking. I mean, a ton cooking. Camping World, I'm trying to get Melissa back on. So as soon as we get her up, I'll go to her. But in the meantime, this poor guy has been waiting forever. Rick. Hey, Rick, what is going on with you? The Nancy, I promise you're next. No, actually, I'm sorry, Rick. Nancy's been waiting longer. That's my bad. But I'll come to you next, Rick, no matter what. So, Nancy, what is going on? You have a problem getting a registration.
Yes, hi. Thanks for taking my call. Without naming the dealership at this time,
sure.
A year ago, July.
Oh my God!
I got a new car, brand new 23 car. I won't say what the make is.
You bought a brand new car when?
A year ago.
A year ago, and you
Almost a
haven't
year.
got the title work yet?
Right. So the guy that was handling the financing was brand new. He screwed up the contract. He didn't put in the taxes. And so I was told by the manager at the time that they never allow a vehicle to leave the dealership without including the taxes.
But Nancy,
And
I don't
so-
understand. Hold on. You've been holding a while, so I want to help you as quick as I can. I don't understand what the taxes would have to do with anything. I don't care what their policy is. You purchased the car, you're driving the car, it's been a year. When you go to register it, you could pay the taxes right then and there. So unless if you're saying you still want to wrap them up into the loan or something, but you should be able to get your paperwork and a registration done.
Well, okay, that's the problem, the taxes. I mean, financially. My husband died right after I got
you.
the car.
No, I understand.
I'm in a financial mess.
I get it. I get it. So you want to, how much do the taxes represent on this car that it's going to cost to register?
$1,500 for me to take care of the taxes.
Got it.
If those taxes had been included, we're looking at $100 because I'm doing this in North Dakota. I have dual stateship. I have a home in North Dakota and a home here.
Well, Nancy,
And
hold
I
on.
would-
I've got some questions. So right now, you still have a temporary tag, I assume?
Oh no, you can't have a temporary tag after a few months.
Well, so you're.
So I'm,
Go ahead.
yeah, the temporary is long overdue, and so I've been pulled over one time and given a warning.
And if you register it where you live now, and where is that? North Dakota, you said, or South? I forget.
North.
How much is it to register there right now?
$1,500.
How much would it be to register in Colorado? Do you have any idea?
No.
Okay. So
it
it's
would be a lot,
$1,500.
though, because both places the taxes.
If I could wave my magic wand, what would you like me to do? Because the bottom line is, I understand the dealership screwed up, but you would have ended up paying that money. I understand it would have been built into the loan and probably only represent, $30 extra a month or whatever. I get that. But that being said, you still owe the taxes when you register. What would you like me to try to do?
Well, I've just been played for over a year. The guy that was telling me, "Oh, I'm on it," the manager of this dealership, and
Have you
then
talked to
now,
the finance
after a year,
company?
He's gone.
Have you talked to the finance company?
At the dealership? Yeah, the guy that was handling it at the time is gone.
Hold on. The guy there is just the closer. They're the guys that
Okay.
try to shake every dime out of your pocket. But what I'm talking about is, who do you pay your car payment to?
I would have to give away the car name.
Okay, so I'm going to make one up. So let's say it's Hyundai. You're paying Hyundai
Right.
Finance.
Right.
Okay, so you're paying them. Have you reached out to, in this example, Hyundai
did.
Finance, and tell
said
them
it
can
was-
they build the extra $1,500 into the loan?
And that's what's supposed to happen. And they told me that's a dealership problem. The dealership needs to take care of it.
Okay, so here's what I can do. I would think, being a year out, I don't know if the dealership is going to be able to communicate to Hyundai Finance and get them to tack that onto the loan. I don't know if that's possible. I just don't know. But I'm going to put Deputy Scott on it because my hands are tied besides that. And I'll tell you why. You won't tell me who it is, because I can call up the dealership and say, what the hell's wrong with you guys telling this lady it? You put her in this position, you did it, but you don't want to go there. And I can understand that, and maybe you will want to go there at some point. But I'm going to put Deputy Scott on it. But here's the deal. You got to share information with him. We're not going to call him on the air, but he'll probably do a 3-way conversation, himself, you, and then whoever the dealer finance that's there now. And let's see if we can't get it worked out. But this really sucks. I get it. I mean, things happen, and I don't know.
I've been dealing with this dealership for several years.
Then why won't you give me their name?
Car.
Why won't you give me their name?
I guess that's my makeup, who I am. I'm afraid that I'm going to have bigger retribution.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, it's just what it is. But hold tight. Deputy Scott, you're on this, man. He's our accountant, if you will, this guy. In fact, I heard this morning you actually took that same exam. What is that exam called? We were talking
Isn't it called a securities exam? Or
Series 7.
A Series 7. Yeah, whatever. He's a money guy. Hold on. 303-713-8255. And I knew that guy would hang up. I knew it. I was going to go to him next. I knew he would. He hung a long time, and I know he's listening. I really do apologize, man, but Nancy was holding a little longer than you. We have a quick comment on the Dodge issue. Then we have Melissa with the Camping World issue and Deputy Bo, and we're going to jump back into that right after Mike. Mike, what's going on? What's your comment with this Dodge issue? This is a poor guy, $100,000 Dodge 3500, 25,000 miles on it. Apparently, the people that did Big O did an oil change 9,000 miles later. The engine started knocking. He brings it back to a dealer, and the dealer says, oh, there's no problem that we did. There's no warranty issue. It's whoever did the oil change only put 3 quarts in it. Then you have to believe this damn thing drove 9,000 miles on 3 quarts with no check engine, no oil light, no issues, but somehow it magically did it. Mike?
Mark, I think that you're painting the owner of the truck as quite a bit more innocent than you should.
Okay, why?
So I've been listening on and off. Maybe I didn't catch everything.
Well, I'm asking why. Why?
Right. You're going to tell me that this guy pulled away from Big O and never checked the dipstick, and never checked the dipstick in 6 months.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way you're going to know if that engine.
Okay. Well, here, I'm going to put you on hold, Mike, because I can tell you somehow got some kind of issue. And I'm going to come back to you, but I'm going to ask everybody at this table something. Suzanne, when's the last time they checked the dipstick on your car?
I assume it's checked.
Huh, there's the little lights that come on when there's issues. Scott, when's the last time you checked the dipstick on your car?
Never.
Never? Oh,
right.
Dragon, when's the last time you checked it? I'm ready for someone to say something.
It was like 2 or 3 cars ago.
2 or 3 cars ago. Kelly, when's the last time you checked the dipstick?
I don't even know what a dipstick
Thank you.
is.
Deputy.
5 months ago.
5 months ago. There's one. So I'm going to go back to you, Mike. So you're saying, oh, okay, great. In a perfect world, everybody would do it. For people listening right now, no one does it. Nobody.
And that's a diagnostic tool. You can look at the dipstick.
You are a dipstick. I dropped him. Hold tight.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Some good news on the north end of town. I-25 northbound at Thornton Parkway. A major stall has been cleared. We're still seeing about 13 minutes of delays as traffic picks back up from I-76. I-76 westbound at I-25, a disabled vehicle in the right lane. Heading to the west end of town, I-70 westbound, roadwork in the right lane between Denver West Boulevard and Colfax exit 262 for Golden. Stop and go back from Golden Highway 58, about 5 minutes of delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, isolated thunderstorms later today, high 86 this afternoon, overnight low of 60. Things warming up tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, high 94. The current temperature in Denver is 80 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Quiet, cool, whole house fans, man, you want to save money? How about up to 90% off those air conditioning energy bills? This product is unbelievable. They put it up in the highest level of your house in the ceiling. They do all the installation. You can turn it on with an app, or you can do it wired. You can do it numerous different ways, even a remote. And when you turn it on, it sucks all that hot air up out of the attic and all the cool air from the basement or the lower levels in. Then it turns off and you cooled your house down like 10, 15, 20 degrees. It's incredible, and it works great in Colorado because we'll have hot days, and then in the evening and overnight, it starts cooling off. You can save a ton of money. It's one of these products that can actually pay for itself over a period of time, but I want you to check out the website. You can see how it works. You can get a free quote, but get rid of those energy bills. Stop those hot, sleepless nights. QCcolorado.com. That stands for Quiet Cool. QCcolorado.com. QCcolorado.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G.
Care about your health? Look at your carpets. Soap and chemicals lurk from previous cleanings. The residue attracts dirt. Zero Res Denver means health and safety. Purified, softened water. Carrying away the pathogens and allergens. You will see and feel the difference. Right now, 3 rooms starting at $119 and $75 off duct cleaning. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
Do you feel a burning, tingling, or numbing sensation in your feet? You may have grown used to it, but Dr. Anderson, D.C. from Front Range Medical Center wants to tell you why you need to get it treated. Doctor, what is peripheral neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is nerve damage to the feet and lower legs. Its major symptoms are numbness, burning, shooting pain, and balance issues.
Can it be treated?
It absolutely can in most situations with great results. More importantly, leaving it untreated can lead to serious complications.
If you have burning, tingling, numbness, coldness in your hands or feet, or balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screening. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash, so why not visit David Ellis Jewelry to cash in your old, useless, tangled jewelry, coins, and anything else containing precious metals. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I recommend David Ellis Jewelry because I've known David for years. I trust him. You can too. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
Meet Ron Hanks. He's the conservative candidate for Congress in Colorado who was just endorsed by the Colorado Republican Party. Here's Ron Hanks in his own words.
I dare say I'm the most conservative in the race. I have a proven conservative record.
How conservative is Ron Hanks? Ron Hanks has received multiple awards for his ultra-conservative voting record in the Colorado State House. Here's Hanks again.
I have been pro-Trump, pro-America, America First, and MAGA ever since Trump came on the scene.
In Congress, Ron Hanks would be a pro-Trump warrior who would back Trump's agenda. And on immigration, Ron Hanks says immigration is his #1 issue. Hanks wants to close the southern border, and he even supports building Trump's border wall.
We have to stop the immigration. Stop them and tell them they can't come in anymore.
Stop the immigration? Let's hear that from Ron Hanks again.
We have to stop the immigration.
Ron Hanks is conservative, all right. Too conservative for Colorado. Rocky Mountain Values PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Rocky Mountain Values PAC, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Learn more at rmvpac.org.
Need a new roof?
Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
All right, 303-713-8255. You know, this whole show, if you listen to the whole show, I've been calm, cool, collective. I mean, really.
And
up
zen.
until
Zen.
Yeah, it's zen. It's kind of zen. And then I get this guy calling up trying to argue that this guy that buys a $100,000 truck, he's got something to hide. You know, this guy, he's a truck owner. He should have checked his dipstick. I want everybody out there to ask themselves, when's the last time you checked your dipstick?
What would be the purpose for him to check the dipstick? Nothing in the truck was indicating for a reason for him to do so.
It doesn't matter. The guy, I have no idea. He's like, oh, it's Mike's fault or whatever his name was. But then he called back, and he had some more information. Kelly, when he called back during the break, what great information did he leave? What nugget of truth did he drop?
Well, first he insulted me and
what
said,
did he say about you? I like that part.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know, he said, if you don't know what a dipstick is, you should not be driving a car.
Man,
so
going after the producer.
So that
wow,
was
that's
first,
crazy.
and
Right,
I was
going
like,
low.
okay. And he's like, and Mark is just, and then he called you a word.
What did he call me?
I'm not going to say
Did he
it.
say
a-hole?
Handsome? Did he say a-hole? Was it a-hole?
It was not handsome.
Debonair and handsome? Intelligent? What else? Come on. What else do you call me?
Diction is fantastic.
He said, not only is Mark a handsome lad,
body part,
but his diction is perfect. And I can agree with that. So I'll do that. Thank you, Mike, for being a jerk. But that's all right. But calling up and harassing Kelly, that's crazy. I mean, that's my job. Simple as that. 303-713-8255. Now, back to serious business. Deputy Bo, I got Melissa on. And, Melissa, I want to verify a few things before I start giving phone numbers out on these morons, in my opinion, over at Camping World. Number one, when did you purchase a vehicle? Or the topper?
It was the end of May last year.
So the end of May, you purchase it. So what are we there? We're about a year and what? A year and 2 months? Do the math. Help me.
By like 2 weeks.
A year and 2 weeks. I guess that math wasn't that hard. Maybe I could have calculated that. Now, after that, you told me yesterday you've had the vehicle in use, or the topper in use, for about 6 months. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. They sent it back to the manufacturer to fix the walls because they were cracking, and the manufacturer was Lance.
Right.
And when you got it back, which was what, last week?
Well, they sent it back into Camping World.
So
we actually haven't taken it into our possession.
So what day last week?
Wednesday.
So Wednesday of last week, you get a call from Camping World to come get it?
Yeah, we had scheduled to come and get it on Wednesday evening. When we got there, the gentleman that I was working with didn't tell anybody. So they had to run around like crazy trying to find somebody just to bring the unit out. And when they finally did, that's when we could see that the cracks were still showing. You could see it's repaired. They should have replaced the walls completely.
Okay,
because this was a new unit.
Fair enough, but in the same situation, what happened is the jacks weren't working either, right? So you couldn't even put it on the truck if you wanted to.
Correct.
Okay. Then what happened from there? So that's last Wednesday. What is the last communication you had with them Wednesday? They were going to do what?
They were going to let the gentleman know that I was working with what was going on so that he could take a look into the jacks and what was happening.
Now, wait. We're not talking from Lance now. We're talking the gentleman at Camping World.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, the gentleman at Lance has ghosted me. He will not respond. Bo was actually able to get in touch with him yesterday.
And that's,
so
I got
right
Bo
away,
back up.
and he didn't answer.
But hold on, I still want to understand this timeline. So Wednesday, what happens at that point? When you left Wednesday, what was the plan according to Camping World?
They were going to contact me and tell me what was going on with the jack stands.
And then have they contacted you in the last almost week?
No. I've called and I've emailed and I've heard nothing back.
And that is Joey Bushaw and Jake Weiner, right?
Right.
Okay. Deputy Bo, I've got a couple questions, and I think you already went over this, but the most important is this. when you talk to the guy at Lance, what is his name? What's that third clown's name?
Eric Jackson.
His name is Eric Jackson.
So when you talk to Eric, hold on, when you talk to Eric Jackson, he had no knowledge that there was still issues with the unit, especially the walls, right?
I gave him the VIN number off the camper.
Yep.
He looked it up, and they just acknowledged that the camper was sent back to his factory, and they did the repair and shipped it out, and he thought that was the end of it.
So he had no idea. In other words, from the best that we can put together with the limited information we have, it sounds like Camping World didn't recommunicate or were not in the middle of trying to get it picked up and replaced or something. In other words, he thought it was done and out of his life.
Yeah,
absolutely
which was
right.
crap.
The
Okay.
assumption it was finished, but Camping World didn't communicate to him that there were still issues with it.
Now, see, this is killing me because there's so many clowns in this. It's a circus. You've got Joey Bushaw, Jake Weiner, and you got Eric Jackson. What's his last name?
That's right, Jackson.
Jackson at Lance, and everybody's pointing the other way. But this poor woman, Melissa, has only been able to use the camper roughly 6 months, according to you, Melissa, in the last year, because it's always getting fixed.
Yeah, we only had a season of 6 months till October.
I understand. So
that was why.
Yeah, and the thing is in bad shape. Does Camping World, what do you think they're trying to do right now? Get a ticket open with Lance again, or you just have no idea because their answer now is to ghost you?
I have no idea. They won't respond. So I sent the information to Eric Jackson at Lance myself.
Yes.
I've also asked for the warranty.
And what did he? And what
in
has he
writing.
said?
Nothing. He
Okay.
did not answer. I had to leave a message. I sent an email. This is probably the third or fourth email I've sent that he has not
I got
responded
you. You know
to.
what? There's so many problems here. I'll tell you what. This dealership Camping World, in my opinion, completely sucks. And I'm going to tell you why based upon just this call. These guys should be advocates going after Lance to get this fixed. But to actually not even communicate with this poor woman is crazy. It's been there a week. When they got it, they couldn't even lift it onto the truck if they wanted. The walls weren't repaired. How come they accepted it back from the manufacturer? So everybody out there listening, I'm hoping you can do me a favor and do it in a nice way. The way things get done when we do this is because you are nice. Don't be a jerk when you call up. Do exactly like what Deputy Bo is. You the listener right now, you listening to this, help this woman. I want you to contact and leave a nice message asking Joey Bushaw and Jake Wenner what is going on. Ask them, it's been a week that she hasn't been able to use this, and drop her name. Say, and we've tried everything to get in touch with you. Deputy Bo, you have tried to get in touch with them, correct?
Left
I think
two
he said.
messages yesterday and two messages today, and I'd like to add something else.
That's crazy. 2 yesterday, and we're not some kind of authority. You don't have to call us back, but at least call your customer when you have a radio show calling you. There's a radio show calling you because you're ghosting your customer, and you don't even call her, Joey and Jake. And by the way, and I'll let you finish, Bo, please give them a call right now. Be nice and ask what the heck is going on with the truck topper for Melissa. She can't get a call back from you. The thing's been in service all the time, and it's got cracked walls. What kind of crap do you guys sell? 303-586-1013. 303-586-1013. You know, it's a time of the year people are looking at campers. Thank God I recommend Lazy Days. I'll tell you just like that. I like Lazy Days. And if this happened over at Lazy Days, I'd throw a freaking fit. A total fit. They should be calling back. They should be calling back and at least telling her, you know, at least say, hey, we got to ship it back to Lance to get fixed. I mean, tell her something. Don't just let her sit out there and do nothing. I understand you didn't manufacture it, Camping World, but you know what? You sold it to her. Have some heart. Have something. Have some balls to come on the air and talk to us. Have some balls to call your customer. 303-586-1013. I would love to drop a note to Lemon or whatever his name is. I used to love that show, The Prophet. I just can't believe what's going on with these guys. This is just insane. In my opinion, they suck.
Done with them?
I'm really sure.
Huh? You were kind of down.
Thought he was kind of like really down on him, but
He wasn't that clear, you know.
It's open to interpretation. You know.
It's so ridiculous. They
Okay,
can't even
Melissa,
call.
continue to work with Bo, and he's gonna try to get more calls in and be in touch with you. Okay?
I did. I love The Prophet.
Thank
I
you,
thought it was a
Melissa.
great show.
Okay. Bye. All right, Bo,
Yeah,
you
he
are
whips out
released.
his checkbook and
So he just
writes
wants
it
you
right there on
to
the
give him
Yeah,
a
but
call
he's
back and
usually
see what
buying
you
it
can
for
do
nickels,
and,
man.
you know, keep us
He was
posted.
savvy. He didn't become a billionaire making bad investments. He was probably making a ton off the TV show.
I'm sure.
So this should be an interesting call. Son injured during riots.
Yeah, I saw that. Don't go to the riot.
Okay, well,
Okay, hold on.
you know, we'll see you tomorrow, so you can talk then.
All right, important information. You've been hit by that hail. I want you to call Genesis Total Exteriors. Not only can they look at the roof for you, they can look at the siding, the windows, the decks, anything on the outside of your house. They can help you with damage. They can help and work directly with your insurance company. They can do all the work from the roof down, and they're going to be honest. More important than anything, Mark and the gang at Genesis are honest, good contractors. They've been with us on referral lists for 10, 15 years. We talk about them all the time. They've done work at my house. They're good folks. Check them out at GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They can answer questions over the phone. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Now, if you need that new water heater and you've gotten a bid from someone for $5,000-6,000 or something crazy, the guys at Euro Plumbing, listen to this. You can get a brand new water heater, 40 gallons, $13.99. A 50-gallon, $14.99. These are name brands. This isn't some kind of Hong Kong phooey. We're talking Ream or A.O. Smith, good warranties, installation, delivery, haul away, and also new water supply lines, gas fleck lines, the whole bit. 10 years plus in business in Denver Metro. They also do garbage disposal, sump pumps, repiping of the entire house with PEX. These guys are really good. In fact, they did both of our water heaters in our house this year, and we couldn't be happier. Give them a call, 303-668-6844. 668-6844. Now, Ideal Home Loans. I can't stress this enough. I know you might need cash right now, but you're going, oh, I'm in a really low interest rate. I don't want to have to finance out of it. Well, here's the truth. If you owe a lot of credit card debt, that's a lot higher than what that house interest rate can be. You can cash out right now, and with Ideal Home Loans, whether you're buying a new house or need some money to pay off that high debt, the cool part is they have the interest rate guarantee. I don't know anybody else that does that, but here's the bottom line. If interest rates go down in the next 2 years, they will refi you for free. Call them for the details. It's a great deal if you got a refi right now. You go to idealhomeloans.com. Simple as that, idealhomeloans.com.
Hong Kong Phooey? I'm dying.
Hong Kong Phooey, yeah.
It's a cartoon about a dog named Henry.
You just don't get commercials like that everywhere, you know?
No, you don't, do you? Hong
We
Kong.
all looked at each other.
So, back in my computer days, so we're talking Windows 95, 1995, 96, you could buy fake Microsoft products. Because, nowadays you install something, it talks to the mothership to make sure it's the only thing out there. Back in the day, you could buy Hong Kong Phooey. And the knockoffs were just as good. Well, they are. They're exact replicas of the original. So that's where the term that I use
It's a
came
Markism.
from. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Two things for you. Do you want Ryan's cell number?
Ryan who?
We have it.
The Dodge.
Oh, I thought you meant Ryan Schuler.
Ryan with the Dodge
No,
truck.
just keep that. As soon as I hear back from my Dodge guy, we're going to move forward.
Okay, we'll get it back on.
Yeah.
Okay, and then are you guys planning on coming in tomorrow?
No.
Or is Tom?
Tom will probably be remote.
Tom
I
is
don't
going to
know.
be, it's Brad O'Brien tomorrow, and I'm sure,
I might be
I told
remote,
Brad
but
to
I
go
got-
to Tom's.
I've got stuff cooking.
Okay, just so you guys know, there is a Rockies game tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
So no accesses will be available.
Cool.
Okay, so just let me know.
Then guess who you're going to be calling tomorrow?
Probably. Who knows?
The
You've got
highlighter?
another
Tell him to come off Bluetooth if he is.
It's not his Bluetooth, he just has a Bluetooth.
All right.
And he's got hearing aids, so I haven't
That should be fun.
Oh.
with it, but his son,
If you want to manage another house spot, you've got a list.
when they attacked the Civic Center Park,
Like 2 years ago?
Mark,
What?
you want to manage another house spot, it's your last chance.
What do we have? Let me look at mine.
Take your pick. Renew probably is the one you should do. You were going to do it but didn't. And there's 2 of them. So do a long.
yes, but that's why he wants legal advice. So that might be a good one.
Actual lawyer.
He couldn't have been a Denver General paramedic because he would have state covenant. So he must have been a writer.
Again, good luck trying to listen to him because it's
You know, first aid guy.
I need Nick's number. This is ridiculous. I don't know why Tom moves shit around. One day it's in one place, next day and it's a different folder. It's absolutely insane.
All right, do you want me to put it on the screen?
Yeah. God bless.
New home.
Oh, my bad. I only put 3 letters in again.
Headline, climate change is coming for the finer things in life. Wine, olive oil, coffee, cocoa. It does feel a little apocalyptic. Join me on Tuesday at 6:05.
All right, people, 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations. Nick and the gang over there. Listen to this. Limited time, 50% off installation. You've been putting off that new bathroom or maybe just even a shower. These things are beautiful. Solid quartz surface walls. You got zero maintenance. They've got a great inventory, which means they can do rapid installations right now. Some jobs in less than a day. RenewHomeInnovations.com, but 50% off installation. Payments as low as $100 a month, and no interest financing. I don't even know how they do this. 72 months? That's crazy. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. That's RenewHomeInnovations.com. By the way, Denver Regen, I want to revisit this real quick. Yes, I am not kidding. I had a lady actually say, there's no way they're doing semi-glutide for $250 a month. I'm going to say it again. The new weight loss drugs. If you go through Denver Regen, $250 a month. That's the whole bit. That's the initial visit. That's getting the prescription if you need it. And then on top of that, that's the actual medication per month, $250. And you can do it by Zoom. You can do it numerous ways. Check them out at denverregen.com. Now, John Fuller, Fuller Law. Did you have fun today?
Absolutely.
Yeah? I'm glad to hear that.
Always a pleasure.
What did you learn today?
Well,
A bunch of Hong Kong fooey?
I learned
yes, sir.
that this is the only place that you can buy an ad and actually get the words Hong Kong Fooey included in that ad. I don't think any other venue would ever be able to provide that. You
That's
know?
probably true.
So that was a highlight of the day. I didn't
So
know,
what he's talking about is, I was saying, it's not, it's a name brand water heater from Euro Plumbing. It's not Hong Kong Fooey. Suzanne looked at me afterwards and goes, that was a cartoon, which it was. But
It's a Markism.
The origin of where I got it from is back in the computer days. I owned Mountain Peak Computers, started in 1994. Somewhere around Windows 95 and Office 95, there was a lot of, quote, Hong Kong Fooey out there, which were complete dupes of Microsoft products. Back then, it was just a disk and you would install it. It didn't have to talk to the mothership in order to actually work. So that's where the term that I came up with was Hong Kong Fooey.
Don't you think that's a little insensitive?
No. No, I don't, because most of those knockoffs came from Hong Kong back then.
Really?
It's more of almost perfect.
You don't think that Mr. Fooey...
I never thought of how Mr. Fooey felt.
Mr. Fooey is probably cringing right now that his name is once again being assailed by
a cartoon, and now
the former guy that owned that computer shop in Douglas County, Colorado.
That's very true. Hey, John, I really do appreciate you coming on today. Anybody personal injury questions, I can't stress this enough. We have fun and we solve problems, answer questions. But if you are in an accident, you call up John Fuller. And if you've been in an accident and you're starting to wish you called an attorney because the other insurance company is playing with you, Call John, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. Don't forget, tell your neighbors, tell your friends you've been ripped off, you need help. 303-MARTINO works all the time, 303-MARTINO. Help at troubleshooter.com. We'll be back here tomorrow, solving problems, answering questions, and taking your complaints.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
Hail damage? 303-761-6400. This is Jay from Excel Roofing. We'll let you know if your roof has hail damage and if you should file a claim. 761-6400. When Tom needed a new roof, he used Excel. You should too. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
I stream online
at